Chapter 1. Can this thing even be eaten? Chapter 1. Can this thing even be eaten? Cough, cough, cough. On top of a sandalwood bed with an antique style, laid a sickly youth who abruptly started coughing violently. It looked as if he would not stop unless he coughs up his lungs out. The youth's lips were purplish, and his face was pale. It was a clear sign that he was not long for this world. However, his violent cough made the young madam beside him frantic. The young madam looked around 30 years old, and even though she was not in her prime, she still retained her graceful charm. At this moment, her tightly locked brows finally eased up slowly, and she quickly grabbed hold of that sickly youth's hand. "You honor, you finally woke up. You scared mother to death. Quickly call the family head back. You honor already woke up, so the matter at hand is to treat you honor first. We will settle this debt with the Wan family in the future." The servant quickly left upon hearing the young madam's orders. Yet at this moment, the youth paid no heed to all these and only focused on coughing. Suddenly, poo work. A mouthful of black blood was spat out. The black blood quickly corroded a large hole in the bedding. Clearly, it was highly toxic. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, the youth seemed to completely relax. He looked at the anxious young madam, and a strange yet familiar feeling welled up inside his heart. He attempted to recall who this woman was, only to feel a splitting headache. "You honor, what's wrong? Is the intestine rupturing GRAS poison triggering again? Quick, bring a high-grade detoxification pill for young master to eat," the young madam said with a face full of concern. Another servant left to follow the order. The youth used this chance to rearrange the multiple tude of memories in his brain, and then he finally remembered who the woman in front of his eyes was. This woman was none other than his biological mother, Ren Hongling, and he himself, or more accurately the original owner of this body, was called Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was born in one of the top alchemy families within the state of Qin. The family head was Yi Heng, who was also Yi Yuan's father, a low-grade alchemy grandmaster, an existence who held a prominent position within the state of Qin. But sadly, Yi Heng was a tiger father who begot a dog for a son, having a useless silk pants, Yi Yuan, for a son. He only knew how to cause trouble every day and harm good women. He did not even manage to become an alchemy apprentice after so long. It was such a disgrace that his face was thrown all the way back to his grandma's place. However, Ying did not mind all these. He never had any expectations for his son and had let Yi Yuan do whatever he wanted. He was even overprotective of him to the extreme. Every time Yi Yuan caused trouble outside, Yi Heng would end up wiping his *SS. But as a father, he always hoped for his son to be promising. In the end, Yi Heng paid a huge price to admit Yi Yuan into the Danwu Academy, all just for the off chance that he would learn something. Who would have thought that this punk Yi Yuan would get jealous over a woman and confidently challenge someone to a detoxification compet? One time, the end result was that he poisoned himself to death. After recalling his predecessor's memory, Yi Yuan sighed lightly. The original owner of this body could be considered one of a kind. To have actually killed himself in such manner, what sort of great courage and intellect were needed to do this? Forget it. To think that I, Qin Yunzi, a dignified alchemy emperor's successor, would one day end up transmigrated into the body of silk pants. But since the heavens blessed me, Qin Yunzi, to rebirth once more, I will take revenge for father, for myself, and kill that wildly ambitious traitor with my own hands. Thinking up to this point, Yi Yuan's expression became fierce, and his eyes filled with killing intent. Ren Hongling obviously noticed Yi Yuan's expression, and he thought that Yi Yuan bore a grudge towards that punk from the Wan family for harming him. She quickly tried to console him and said, "Son, one should abide one's time and wait for the right opportunity to seek vengeance. Our Yi family will definitely settle this debt, but right now, the most important thing for you is to recuperate. We can discuss other matters in the future." Feeling Ren Hongling's motherly love, Yi Yuan felt touched in his heart. He inherited this body, so he naturally also inherited this body's feelings. No matter how much of a B asterisk star Yuan was outside, he cared deeply for his parents who loved him very much. Mother, I'm sorry to have worried you. Rin Hongling was stunned by her son's words. This punk caused trouble all the time outside that her heart was almost crushed, and yet she had never heard this punk say any heartfelt words. What's wrong with him today? Could it be that after this incident, he suddenly woke up to reality? After being stunned for a while, Rin Hongling immediately became overjoyed. With tears in her eyes, she said, "As long as you are all right." At this moment, bam, the door to the room was kicked open. "You aren't dead yet, you punk. You really scared your father." A thunderous voice shouted, making Yi Yuan's eardrums hurt. Even though the words were not very pleasant, anyone could hear the joy and concern within those words. Needless to say, the family head, Yi Hang, has arrived. Yi Hang was born a little boorish. Body would connect him with his status as an alchemy grandmaster. In fact, he looked more like a rugged man from the mountains. Hearing her husband's words, Ren Hongling turned over and glared at him. "Yuan just escaped death. Can't you say something nicer?" Yi Hang did not mind her words and took a glance at the black blood before calming down. He laughed and said, "Looks like my Yi Hang's son has a blessed life. To even survive this, haha. Come, quickly swallow this detoxification pill and purge the residual toxins from your body. You should be fine afterward." Yi Hang casually took out a medicinal pill and was just about to stuff it into Yi Yuan's mouth. Seeing this, Yi Yuan immediately jumped in fright and quickly shrunk back into his bed. "Can this thing even be eaten?" Yi Yuan cried out in shock. Glaring with anger in his eyes, Yi Hang snarled, "You little punk, did the poison screw your brain up? Did you forget what status your father has?" Rin Hongling also thought that Yi Yuan had some misgiving about the pill and quickly said, "Yuan, your father is an alchemy grandmaster. Even if his majesty meets him, he will show some respect. Furthermore, this is your father. Would he possibly harm you?" Yi Yuan's mouth twitched, and he declined to comment. He obviously knew that this medicinal pill was a detoxification pill, only that its quality was a little too weak. In his past life, Qin Yunzi's father was an alchemy emperor. He grew up eating medicinal pills as if he was eating jelly beans. How could he not even recognize something ordinary like the detoxification pill? Although eating this pill would help to restrain the toxins in his body, its effects were too weak and would not be able to thoroughly eliminate all the residual toxins within his body. The average alchemists were unable to detect these toxins, and it would not have too great of an effect on Yi Yuan's health in the future. But these toxins would lay hidden inside his body and would continuously become the body's burden. It would even affect his future advancements in the martial path. The intestine rupturing GRAS naturally was not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's eyes. It was not even worth much in Yi Hang's eyes. It was just that when Yi Yuan was sent back home, the poison already spread thoroughly. He was only breathing in and not out, unable to even eat the detoxification pill. That's why Yi Hang was utterly helpless and was preparing to bring people to go fight it out with the Wan family. Before dying, Qin Yunzi was already at the alchemy emperor standard, so he could not be any more clear about these medicinal theories. His worldview and horizon obviously could not be compared with an alchemy grandmaster like Yi Hang. Looking at his son's expression, Yi Hang felt severely provoked. "You little punk, to actually dare question your father's pill refinement standards." Yi Yuan stared helplessly at the dull-looking black pill in his father's hand. Looking once again at the rage in his father's eyes, he opened his mouth and said, "Red abalone GRAS. S was more by 2 parts, and green snake all lacked by 1 part. It should have been a result of inadequate control when refining the pill. The biggest mistake was adding iron sulfate into the detoxification pill. Not only did it not improve the medicinal effects, it even messed up the composition of this detoxification pill. Father, since you have difficulty refining Tier 3 medicinal pill, you should just lower your standards." Yi Hang's facial expression was fascinating right now. He was at first angry, followed by astonishment, and finally he was left dumbfounded. He was the one who refined this pill, so he was naturally aware of its properties. Yi Yuan's Elysis was as if he saw it with his own eyes, and even if he saw it personally, he should not be able to lies at this accurately. Is this punk really his son? Yi Hang could not help but become suspicious. Only after sizing him up did he confirm that this was indeed his son. Stop staring. I'm your son, really. Seeing Yi Hang's expression, Yi Yuan could not help but feel a little guilty, so he quickly defended himself. Hey, brat, you couldn't possibly have pretended to be a pig in order to eat a tiger in the past, right? That's not right, because if you were really playing a sucker to catch a sucker, then why is it that you can't even resolve the poison from the intestine rupturing GRA? Yi Hang felt that things did not quite add up. Rolling his eyes, Yi Yuan quickly had the detoxification pill in Yi Hang's hands and swallowed it. Chapter 2. Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Chapter 2. Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. It was not that Yi Hang's medicine was ineffective, but instead, Yi Yuan's current condition was extremely abysmal. Although Yi Hang's medicine would have some side effects, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care much. At the moment, it was more important to alleviate the symptoms on this wretched body. As for the hidden dangers left behind by this detoxification pill, Yi Yuan naturally has means to eliminate it. Ever since obtaining this body, the great alchemy Emperor Qin Yunzi could not bear to look at his own physique. He seriously did not understand how his predecessor survived for the past 10 years or so. Born in a prestigious alchemy family, yet this punk did not even manage to reach the second-level essence chi realm. Even if it was an immortal country, being born in such a family and eating the most ordinary essence chi pills like sweets, one should be at the 4th-level essence chi realm and above, right? Wanted to cry, but no tears flowed. This alchemy emperor could only use such phrase to describe his current emotion. Using this dreadful body to withstand such a violent poison, no wonder Yi Yuan died. Although Qin Yunzi was now in possession of this body, there really was not much he could do with it at the moment. He could only do things one step at a time. In the eyes of others, Yi Yuan's active Hing the pill was revealing his true colors. However, Yi Hang smirked. I knew you were bluffing. You actually scared me for a moment. Just now, Yi Hang realized something was amiss. This punk definitely snuck a look at the pill formula or overheard the family's retainers talked about him refining this detoxification pill. That was how he managed to know all the details about the pill. Since this punk was already cracking jokes, there should not be any major issues with his condition. Regarding this, Yi Yuan definitely would not explain anything. Being ignorant and faking incompetence suited this body more. It would be better if he maintained a low profile. Father, mother, I'm a little tired and want to rest for now. Yi Yuan, wanting to recuperate, requested them to leave. Yuan, you just recovered from a major illness. You should indeed rest more. If there is anything, let Luer inform us. His parents then brought everyone out of the room. Yi Yuan started to meditate. He circulated essence energy within his body to absorb the medicinal effect of the detoxification pill and purge the poison in his body. However, the essence energy in his body was pitifully little, that he could only imagine its weak efficacy. An alchemy emperor of his generation just got another chance in life and then survived after being poisoned, but now nearly died from exasperation. By the time all the medicinal effect from the pill in Yi Yuan's body were fully absorbed, it was almost dawn. This round of meditation actually took 12 hours. What a piece of work. But this bout of hard work finally showed some results. Yi Yuan's current complexion was apparently much more radiant and rosier in color. The toxins in his body were already pretty much neutralized. This naturally was not anything remarkable to the current Yi Yuan. With Qin Yunzi's attainments in the Tao of Alchemy, to thoroughly dig out all the efficacy of this tiny detoxification pill naturally was not difficult at all. Thinking about it now, even though his predecessor was not serious about training, it was actually a blessing. Currently, this body was akin to a blank piece of paper. Qin Yunzi could fiddle with it freely and not worry about wrecking this body. If his predecessor practiced martial arts haphazardly, Qin Yunzi would instead need to pay a hefty price to rebuild his foundation. This actually saved him some trouble. It was just that although intestine rupturing GRAS poison was nothing serious, the efficacy of Yi Hang's detoxification pill was severely limited. Tiny amounts of residual toxins were still present in the body. Moreover, this detoxification pill had its own flaws, which also further left some medicinal toxins within Yi Yuan's body. After dawn breaks, he would need to find some medicinal herbs to completely eradicate the hidden dangers which could manifest in the future. Luckily, the Yi family is one of the prestigious alchemy families in the state of Qin. Getting some medicinal herbs would not be an issue. There is still some time left before dawn. Yi Yuan decided to properly strategize the path to take after his rebirth. In a previous life, Qin Yunzi was obsessed with the Tao of alchemy and somewhat neglected the martial Tao. Otherwise, he would not be completely helpless in front of that traitor. Qin Yunzi cultivated martial arts in order to refine better pills. As long as it was enough to use, it was all good. Because of this, he became the youngest alchemy emperor in the divine realm. That year when he became an alchemy emperor, he was hailed by all major holy lands as the genius who was most likely to become an alchemy G.O.D. in these tens of thousands of years. One had to know, no one had managed to reach the level of an alchemy G.O.D. for several millennia. However, all that glory had become history. Today, there was no longer the divine realm's genius Qin Yunzi, but only the lower realm's youth Yi Yuan who now stepped onto the path of revenge. Since he had to take revenge against that traitor, Qin Yunzi would have to be diligent in the martial path in this life. Although that traitor's talent in the Tao of alchemy was only slightly worse than Qin Yunzi, he was nonetheless undoubtedly a genius of the martial Tao. To surpass him, the current Yi Yuan would have to put a lot of effort. Initially, for a lower realm's youth in a mortal country, the most lacking aspect was definitely resources and techniques. Resources to the current Yi Yuan were indeed a luxury, but what he lacked the least was techniques. Regardless whether in the lower realm or in the divine realm, an alchemist was always treated with exceptional respect. Furthermore, Qin Yunzi's father, Zhenyang was the #1 alchemy emperor in the divine realm. The numbers of techniques ACCU Mulat over the years were countless. Even though Qin Yunzi was not very receptive to the martial Tao, but in order to assist in alchemic procedures, he extensively studied many martial art manuals to improve his cultivation. To find a few techniques suitable for him was naturally nothing difficult. Sorting out the memories of his previous life, Yi Yuan finally decided on a martial art called the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art as his core cultivation technique. This martial art was the core cultivation technique of the divine realm's renowned Spirit Bristle Divine King. That year, to refine a 9th-rank medicinal pill, he came to beg Zhenyang. However, failing to amass sufficient remuneration, instead, he left his primary cultivation technique behind. This technique was abnormally tyrannical. Spirit Bristle Divine King relied on this technique to become undefeated in the divine realm, becoming one of the top 10 most mysterious existence. In the divine realm, anything with the word divine attached to it was incomparably precious. Such item would cause an absolute bloodfest. That year when the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was revealed, the entire divine realm was shaken. In order to this technique, it was said over 10 divine kings fell. In the end, it ended up in the hands of the then little-known figure, the Spirit Bristle Divine King. He laid low for over a decade before bursting forth, becoming the divine realm's top divine king in a single stroke. Were it not for how extraordinarily precious and vital the 9th-rank medicinal pill was to the Spirit Bristle Divine King, there was no way he would have used this technique to exchange for it. Of course, he was at ease with Pa S. Sing this technique over to Zhenyang because Xingyang Zi and his son were obsessed with the Tao of alchemy and had neither ulterior motive nor any intention to contend in this world. Yi Yuan studied the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art before cultivating according to the manual. Traces of essence energy seeped through the body and started giving off a faint yellow glow. At the essence chi realm, a cultivator would direct essence energy from the heaven and earth into the body. This was the foundation realm in cultivation. Essence chi realm might appear seemingly unimportant. However, it was a vital realm when cultivating martial arts. A towering skysc R.A. per built on flat ground would require a solid foundation. Without a proper foundation, it would be like a rootless plant which would one day fail to support its growth. It was common knowledge among cultivators. But when cultivating martial arts, only a few actually applied this. Many cultivators would blindly pursue cultivation speed and unknowingly cut off their own future. 4 hours later, Yi Yuan awakened from his meditation and exhaled a long breath. This spirit bristle 9 yang divine art is indeed powerful. Although these 4 hours of cultivation didn't increase much essence in my body, the quality is extremely pure. If I carry on cultivating like this, wouldn't I be invincible within the same realm? Yi Yuan, who used to be an alchemy emperor, naturally had broad horizons. For him to give such an appraisal to this technique showed how extraordinary it was. During the past 4 hours, Yi Yuan had used the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to temper what little essence energy his predecessor had. This process refined the essence energy in his dantian, which led to it becoming much more pure in terms of quality. But by doing so, his realm did not advance. Instead, it deteriorated all the way down to the first-level essence chi realm. Fortunately, his predecessor neglected his cultivation during the past years. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have to expend much effort to refine his body's essence energy. This could be considered profiting from a disaster. Now that the sky was already bright, Yi Yuan got up and left the room to grab some medicines for his body from the Yi family's medicine warehouse. Right after stepping out of the room, a green figure collided with him. Chapter 3. Grabbing Medicine. Chapter 3. Grabbing Medicine. The green figure was naturally Lu'er, who was also Yi Yuan's maidservant responsible for his daily life. Lu'er was lovely and cute, especially with a pair of bright eyes which aroused the affection of others. Coupled with a long green dress, she looked like a little green pixie. With regards to Lu'er, Yi Yuan obviously knew her well. She was his playmate since young, and also the person closest to Yi Yuan apart from his parents. Within the household as well as outside of it. And, Body thought highly of Yi Yuan, with Lu'er as the sole exception. No matter how much of a scoundrel Yi Yuan was outside, Lu'er took care of Yi Yuan with all her heart. Therefore, the current Yi Yuan instinctively felt close to Lu'er, as if she was his little sister, even though his predecessor also enjoyed teasing Lu'er. In reality, even though Yi Yuan was atrocious, he actually would not force himself onto women. He only enjoyed causing some mischief. It was just that sometimes his pranks were a little over the top. Having inherited his predecessor's memories, Yi Yuan discovered that his predecessor's talent was not considered bad. It was just all these bad habits were the outcome of being spoiled. In this aspect, his father, Yi Heng, had to bear substantial responsibility for it. Except, a father's love was akin to a mountain. Yi Yuan obviously could not blame all these on Yi Heng. Instead, he felt very touched, as Yi Heng was just like his past life's father. Why, young master? Yi, why you're all right? Lu'er B. You imped into Yi Yuan and was initially perturbed by it. Raising her head, she saw that Yi Yuan was full of spirit and vigor, and she immediately became overjoyed. Sensing Lu'er's concern which came from her heart, Yi Yuan laughed and said, I'm fine. Your young master is a lucky man. After not dying due to this crisis, my future fortunes will be limitless. Teehee, young master, you are so humorous. But Lu'er also feels that since you didn't die in this disaster, in the future, you might really be different. A casual remark sounded significant to an attentive listener. Unsure of where Luo's confidence came from, Yi Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Thinking to himself, this girl's thought process was really too keen. Yi Yuan instantly laughed and said, "All right, accompany young master to bring some medicinal herbs back from the fragrant medicine pavilion." Luo did not speak and just lowered her head and followed Yi Yuan. The fragrant medicine pavilion was the medicinal shop which the Yi family established. It was one of the great powers in the state of Qin. Naturally, it was thanks to Yi Hang's ident. 1. Tai is an alchemy grandmaster. In the tiny state of Qin, the status of an alchemy master was already incomparably honorable, let alone an alchemy grandmaster. Because of Yi Hang's status, the fragrant medicine pavilion possessed an extraordinary position. In the state of Qin, the ident. 1. Tai of an alchemy grandmaster itself was a golden signboard. Hence, the fragrant medicine pavilion had always been a household name. Yi Hang obviously would not personally be out there to diagnose people, but the fragrant medicine pavilion's power was not to be underestimated. The fragrant medicine pavilion's main branch, which was situated at the capital, had an alchemy master station to diagnose people daily. This was not something that a small power could accomplish. Yi Yuan brought Luo inside the fragrant medicine pavilion and immediately attracted a few side glances. From employees' eyes, Yi Yuan saw fear, scorn, as well as disdain. This made Yi Yuan shook his head silently, thinking to himself that his predecessor's reputation was really too terrible, even causing innocent bystanders to get into trouble. Yi Yuan naturally would not bother with these servants. He walked straight up to the counter and said to an alchemy apprentice, "Paper and brush." This alchemy apprentice knew Yi Yuan's status and did not dare to delay. He pulled out a paper and a brush and placed it respectfully in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took them, and it did not take much time for him to write down a list of medicinal herbs before giving it back to the alchemy apprentice. Yi Yuan was not long-winded and directly ordered, "Get these medicinal herbs for me. If there's any problem, look for my father." The alchemy apprentice swept a look through the list of herbs and only relaxed after not seeing anything overly precious. Turning around, he left to get the medicinal herbs. These herbs were very ordinary, but the prescription was not. In his past life, Yi Yuan was an alchemy emperor of his generation. Since young, he studied and memorized all sorts of pill formulas. His understanding of medicinal herbs and medicinal effects had already reached an unfathomable level. Were it not the case, he would not have been hailed as the genius most likely to reach the alchemy God realm. The alchemy apprentice clearly did not understand Yi Yuan's intention. He thought that this silk pants had a change of nature and started to play with medicinal herbs. While the alchemy apprentice was getting the medicinal herbs, Yi Yuan brought Luo to wait in the fragrant medicine pavilion's consultation room. The master on duty lightly glanced at Yi Yuan and continued treating patients after expressing his contempt. The masters stationed here were at the alchemy master level, all of whom were retainers invited by Yi Hang. Ignoring the fragrant medicine pavilion, even when placed in the entire state of Qin, there were people who had some status. Those who came to get treated were all inflicted with unusual illnesses, those that ordinary people could not address. After witnessing a master's diagnosis, Yi Yuan shook his head silently. If Yi Yuan were the one on duty, he would be able to provide several, even dozens, of more superior prescriptions. It was just that something like this would be far too astounding. Either way, that master's formula would work, so Yi Yuan obviously would not take any unnecessary actions. Next, the attendant beside the master called out lifelessly. A brawny-looking man came forward, except his condition did not look too good. His face was purple, and there was death chi around his forehead. Furthermore, he was coughing nonstop. Clearly, it was symptoms of poisoning. The master took his pulse and looked at his tongue. Frowning slightly, he said, "You are just a tiny little 8th level essence chi realm. To actually recklessly enter the endless forest. The deadly poison of the 7 evils flowing cloud python isn't pleasant, right?" The brawny man did not become unhappy because of the master's ridicule. Instead, He revealed a face filled with admiration and gave a bitter smile. Great Master is wise, but I don't have a choice. My entire family relies on me to survive, so I have no other alternative but to become a demonic beast hunter. In the past, my companions and I only moved around the borders of the endless forest. Who would have thought that this time we would encounter a demonic beast like the seven evils flowing cloud python? It's also because I was lucky that I managed to make it back. Both of my companions died at its jaws. After explaining, the brawny-looking man became dejected. Clearly, it reminded him of the tragedy. The seven evils flowing cloud python was a second-rank demonic beast, the equivalent of a human spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, as a demonic beast, its combat power was even higher compared to a human. The brawny-looking man was only at the 8th level essence chi realm, and it was likely that his companions were not much different. So how could they be its match? It was already fortunate for him to escape with his life. The master nodded and said, "You were indeed lucky. A seven evils flowing cloud python is extremely vicious and tough. Being able to escape with your life can already be considered lucky. This poison might pose some trouble at other places, but it isn't something difficult in my fragrant medicine pavilion. Except, you have to know that this is a high-grade poison, so the price isn't low." Hearing this, the brawny-looking man was ecstatic. He had already been to many medicinal establishments, and all of them were helpless on this matter. Furthermore, the fragrant medicine pavilion's remuneration tends to be very high. So unless he had no other alternatives, he would absolutely not come here. But he knew that the poison had already spread thoroughly. If he did not get it treated, he probably would not make it past these few days. Therefore, he could only brace himself and enter the fragrant medicine pavilion. Who would have expected that the master here was indeed amazing and managed to identify the crux of the problem with a single glance? "Don't worry, master. I managed to save some money over these few years. Initially, I wasn't willing to take it out to treat the poison. However, my entire family is relying solely on me. If I die, their lives will become much harder. As long as master can treat this seven evils flowing cloud python's poison, the treatment fee will be paid in full." The brawny-looking man coughed as he said this. Wealth and opportunity came with danger. Demonic beast hunter was an occupation that lived on the edge of danger. This brawny-looking man naturally had some savings. As a matter of fact, the effects of the detoxification pill, which Yi Hang refined, were even better. Except his status was too high, and it was difficult to request to him even for the refinement of one detoxification pill. Usually, he only interacted with the state of Qin's imperial family. Furthermore, the fees were atrocious. A medicinal pill of that level was obviously not something that this poor, brawny-looking man could afford. Having heard this, the master was not going to be long-winded either. Instructing an attendant, he said, "Green Flow GRA, S 6 grams, Vermilion Soul Sand 6 grams, Ironwind Eagle's Inner Core 9 grams, and throw in some Daystar to supplement it. After brewing it, let this warrior drink it, and that will do it. Additionally, prepare 2 more sets of medicine for him to bring back." The attendant acknowledged this, took the prescription, and sent it off. Upon returning, he was about to call out next when someone gestured for him to stop. Chapter 4. Questioning. Chapter 4. Questioning. The person signaling the attendant was Yi Yuan, who was by the side all along. Noticing Yi Yuan had stopped him, the attendant hesitated because Yi Yuan was the young master of this fragrant medicine pavilion. Coupled with him having a terrible reputation, the attendant naturally did not dare to offend this person. "Uncle Qian, that medicine isn't right. It would kill a person." Yi Yuan went there and whispered. Yi Yuan was no longer the useless moron his predecessor was. Seeing as they were in the same boat, Yi Yuan naturally had to maintain the latter's reputation. So he only whispered in a very low voice. This great master was named Qian Miao. Having spent many years in the Yi family as a retainer, he was well qualified and had a much respected status. Although his attainments in the Tao of alchemy cannot be compared to Yi Hang, he was definitely no ordinary man. After listening to a junior's nonsense, his facial expression changed instantly. "Little Yuan, What nonsense are you talking about? It's one thing to run amok every day, but another to wreck the business that your father took great pains to establish. This old Qian will definitely be the first person to not spare you. You must know that for Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to have its status today was not only because of the family head. We old bones expended a great deal of effort too. All right, go back. There are still many patients waiting for their treatments. Qian Miao clearly held Fragrant Medicine Pavilion dearly and did not have much patience to deal with Yi Yuan. A tiger did not father a dog, but this was clearly a pup. Many times before this Qian Miao felt sorry for Yi Hang. Today, this punk actually crawled on top of his head to mess around, and even warned him that he was harming someone. How could his expression not change? If he did not take into account this punk was Yi Hang's son, he would have long sent Yi Yuan flying with a slap. Yi Yuan already expected Qian Miao's reaction. After all, his predecessor was indeed a piece of work. Therefore, he did not mind the harsh words. Were it not for the fact Qian Miao's diagnosis would affect the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's reputation, Yi Yuan would not choose to stand out. He had instead continued to maintain his image as a wastrel. If Qian Miao continued with this prescription, the brawny man in front of them would not only fail to be saved, it would aggravate the poison even more. This man most likely would not survive the night. To the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, as a customer, a demonic beast hunter is a vital source of income. Demonic beast hunters spend each day in danger. There was no need to talk about the bruises and cuts which were daily occurrences. When they entered and exited the boundless forest, pills for detoxification and recovery were essential necessities. Therefore, these demonic beast hunters were a critical source of revenue for the Yi family. If this brawny man died at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, it would be a tremendous blow to the prestige of the Yi family among the demonic beast hunters. Some compet. 1. Tours might even take the opportunity to bring down the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. The loss would be immeasurable. After thinking thoroughly, Yi Yuan had no choice but to stand out and rectify Qian Miao's misdiagnosis. Yi Yuan had yet to say anything. Lu Er, who was by his side, already could not endure it. She pouted and said to Qian Miao, "Young master isn't saying rubbish. He definitely has a reason for it." Yi Yuan glanced at Lu Er, somewhat surprised, and thought in his heart, this little girl actually trusted him that much? His predecessor had his fair share of teasing her in the past, and yet even with such moral caliber, Lu Er actually believed him. Trust was trust, but Yi Yuan also knew Lu Er's words just raised the difficulty of things. An expert such as Qian Miao was not to be offended. Not to mention, these two juniors repeatedly questioned his medical skills. Indeed, Qian Miao's expression sunk further. He then said in a low voice, "Little lass, as who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth, why don't you try to explain how I'm harming people? For a poison from a 7 evils flowing cloud python. If Yi Hang were here, this would be how he treats it." Just the two of you juniors, still wet behind the ears, actually dared to question my prescription? If you don't explain yourselves today, just wait for a beating. Although Qian Miao normally held his nose high up in the air, he actually never used any underhanded means to deal with people. And, body in the Yi family dares to offend him either. But today, these two youths caused such a ruckus that he could not take a step back anymore. If he does not demonstrate his prestige and authority, there would be no place left for him in the Yi family. The brawny man never expected such a situation to happen either. He stood there stunned, not knowing what to do. Why did they start to fight among themselves? While Qian Miao's prestige cannot be compared with Yi Hang, it was still well established. Even within the entire Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, he can be considered as a master. At one side stood a renowned master, while at the other side was a punk who was still wet behind his ears. Even a fool knew who to trust. The brawny man initially did not know who this youth was, but after Qian Miao's fiery remarks, he came to a realization. Was this youth that incompetent son of Master Yi? As a demonic beast hunter, he naturally would not be ignorant of events happening in the capital. The fame of this young master was likely even greater than Master Qian. A wastrel like him actually dared to question Master Qian's diagnosis? Could it be that this punk was bored to death and decided to come and harm my life? Thinking about this, the brawny man suddenly became furious. He had never messed with anyone and yet was nearly harmed for no reason. This brat had such a wicked heart at a young age. This brother, Master Qian, is currently treating me. Please don't interfere, the brawny man said in a low voice. Although his words were polite, it was clear the intention was to chase them away. If the Yi family were not a power he did not dare to offend, his words would definitely not be this courteous. Hey, this warrior, I would have to trouble you to wait a moment. I, Qian Miao, spent my entire life immersed in the Tao of medicinal pills. Having treated countless mortals and martial artists, have never been maligned as someone who harms people. Yi Yuan, you have to say today, how am I harming him? Qian Miao's stubborn temper flared up. He was bent on teaching Yi Yuan a lesson before dismissing the matter. This, Master Qian, the poison in this one's body would become dangerous if it's delayed any longer. Master, please don't be angry and help me purge the poison first. They are merely two ignorant youths casually rambling. The brawny man did not expect Master Qian to take things seriously, so he could only try to persuade the latter. However, Qian Miao waved his hands indifferently, saying, "Relax. It wouldn't take much time. This old man has a certain level of confidence in dealing with this poison and wouldn't let you die. If this matter isn't clarified today, in the future, how will this old man have the face to sit here and make diagnoses?" Having said this, he then turned to Yi Yuan and questioned the young master with a black face. "Why don't you say it? If you can't explain yourself, then don't accuse me of bullying you with my seniority and complain about it to your father." Yi Yuan stood at the side without a word. Only when Qian Miao started questioning that he opened his mouth and replied, "The poison this warrior was inflicted with did not come from the seven evils flowing cloud python. Utter nonsense. My two companions lost their lives at its fangs. I myself nearly couldn't make it back. Don't tell me I identified it wrongly? Ignorant brat. I have no grudges with you, but why do you want me dead?" The warrior interjected before Yi Yuan could finish speaking. "Ha ha!" Qian Miao laughed so hard until tears nearly fell before saying, "Did you hear that? Completely ignorant. Naive brat, get lost quickly. If you continue to cause trouble, I will call for someone to drive you out." Qian Miao was able to identify the poison the warrior was inflicted with at a glance. That by itself was already convincing enough. Furthermore, the warrior escaped from the fangs of the python. How could he have identified the beast wrongly? Demonic beast hunters dealt with demonic beasts regularly. One could say that apart from own family, they were most familiar with demonic beasts, which further lowered the likelihood of identifying them wrongly. Get lost quickly. Don't delay Master Qian from diagnosing us. This mischievous child is actually ruining his father's business. Truly hopeless. If I actually gave birth to a son like this, I would have long beaten him into a paste with a stick. At this time, those around watching a good show could not keep quiet any longer. Believing this was a farce orchestrated by Yi Yuan, they started chasing him away with words. At that moment, Luer no longer had the confidence from before. With a timid expression, she pulled the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeve. However, she was not retreating. Instead, she took a step forward, standing right in front of Yi Yuan. She was actually afraid these people would become violent and harm Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's heart was touched, but he shook his head before replying calmly, "What you saw with your own eyes might not be what you thought it was. The poison this warrior's inflicted with actually was not from a seven evils flowing cloud python, but instead, it was a poison from a seven-colored flowing cloud python." Chapter 5, Vomiting Blood. Chapter 5, Vomiting Blood. You are clueless about what we are talking about. What seven-colored flowing cloud python? I've never even heard of such a thing. Do you think that by fabricating a demonic beast, you can deceive us? Qian Miao was considered an accomplished alchemist in the state of Qin. Thus, he indeed had researched demonic beasts before. As for this seven-colored flowing cloud python, he had never even heard of such a thing. If even he had never heard of it before, forget about Yi Yuan, who was an ignorant and incompetent brat. Young Master Yi, you aren't just insulting Master Qian and me. You are insulting all of us demonic beast hunters. We demonic beast hunters spend all of our time fighting for our livelihood under the demonic claws of those demonic beasts. I've been a demonic beast hunter for so many years, yet I've never heard of this seven-colored flowing cloud python before. At this point, the brawny-looking man felt even more confident that Yi Yuan was causing trouble out of nothing. Yi Yuan was plotting to harm his life. Thus, his words were no longer courteous, and instead wanted to expose Yi Yuan's ulterior motives. Small fries had small fries' way of living. Although the brawny-looking man might appear unrefined most of the time, in reality, he was sharp in some ways. He was still relying on Qian Miao to save his life. And so, in order to not offend Qian Miao, he tied Qian Miao and him together. Additionally, he brought out the group of demonic beast hunters, all to make Yi Yuan retreat in the face of difficulties. Even if Yi Yuan does not retreat in the face of the overwhelming odds, the Yi family would know better than to offend the entire group of demonic beast hunters. Many of those who came here were demonic beast hunters. After hearing his words, the scene became chaotic immediately. That's right. What seven-colored flowing cloud python? Never heard of it. This affluent second generation really lost face for Grandmaster Yi. It looks like the Yi family won't be able to compete with the Drunken Star Manor, and its glory will end with this generation. What bulls? I plus T seven-colored flowing cloud python. I've been around the endless forest for almost 30 years, and I've never even heard of such a demonic beast. Enough. I think we all better go over to the Drunken Star Manor. A perfectly fine, fragrant medicine pavilion befouled by an affluent second generation. Yi Yuan remained standing still silently, which was unthinkable to Qian Miao, who knew him well. If it happened in the past, this punk Yi Yuan would have exploded long ago. Yet now, he was behaving like nothing's happening, as if those patients were not scolding him. However, Yi Yuan had thoroughly swept away any face he had today. No matter from which perspective one looked at, Qian Miao stood at the side of reason, so he had nothing to fear. Best to let this brat suffer some hards. I plus P. Otherwise, if things continue like this, the family business carved out by old Yi would sooner or later be destroyed by this brat's hands. Yi Yuan's gaze slowly turned towards the noisy crowd and swept his gaze over those who were happily making the most noise. Initially, those people were very pleased, but without knowing why, those who crossed sights with Yi Yuan felt like their entire person fell into an ice cellar. Yi Yuan's gaze finally fixed onto the face of the person who first incited everyone to go to the Drunken Star Manor. That man was just in the midst of snickering to himself when all of a sudden he felt a piercing, cold, killing intent lock onto him. His facial expression froze, feeling indescribable eeriness. He was a very keen and capable middle-aged man, as well as a demonic beast hunter himself. Those familiar with him knew him as Luin, but Body knew that he was actually a spy placed among the demonic beast hunters by the Drunken Star Manor. Anytime something valuable was discovered in the endless forest, he would kill and rob that person, and then set it over to Drunken Star Manor. This Drunken Star Manor was precisely the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's biggest compet. 1. Tour in the state of Qin. All of a sudden, the initially noisy hall turned silent. The racket akin to a waterfall was being cut in half and stopped abruptly. For a moment, the hall was so quiet that one could even hear a pin drop. The silence was terrifyingly oppressive. Lewin was stared at by Yi Yuan that he had Guseb. MPS all over his body. He thought to himself, what's going on? This punk, Yi Yuan, clearly only has the power of a first-level Essence Chi realm. A person at the 8th-level Essence Chi realm like him could crush someone like Yi Yuan to death with a single hand. So why would he experience such terrifying oppression where he did not even dare to breathe loudly? The feeling of facing a terrifying opponent? Yi Yuan's strength was evident at a glance. Apart from a few mortals in the hall, virtually everyone was able to see his cultivation realm with a glance. A punk who was weak to the extreme, How could he possibly create such a sense of oppression? Lewin felt that this was definitely a hallucination, yet the silent hall constantly reminded him that it was not. The oppressive feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable, making him feel like he absolutely had to dispel the current state. An 8th-level essence chi realm being oppressed by a 1st-level essence chi realm till he could not speak. One utter joke. Lewin decided to tear apart this joke. Gathering a breath of true essence, he was just about to open his mouth when Yi Yuan's gaze moved away from his body. Yi Yuan's words were interrupted halfway by a sound. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound and discovered that it was by Lewin. At that moment, he was spraying a mouthful of blood far away, splattering on quite a few people. He forcefully gathered a breath of true essence to talk, and yet Yi Yuan just happened to withdraw the pressure exerted onto his body, which made his chest feel like it was heavily struck by a sledgehammer. Plus, his body was originally carrying some injuries, so he directly sprayed out a mouthful of old blood and became even more heavily injured right now. Young Master, this person seemed to be heavily injured. Why not let Master Qian treat him first? Luer pulled on Yi Yuan's sleeve and said pitifully. Yi Yuan's face briefly revealed an astonished expression, but he was actually full of joy in his heart. He thought to himself that this little S was intelligent to actually have such a remarkable follow-up. Killing a chicken with a butcher's knife? It might look serious, but in reality, this warrior only has some light internal injuries. Our fragrant medicine pavilion's heart-protecting pill is renowned far and wide. Just let him consume one, and it will do. Yi Yuan had a radiant smile on his face while he looked at Lewin. Luer saw that Lewin looked horrifying, so she did not wait for Yi Yuan orders and immediately left to fetch the medicine. But this deeply frightened Lu, and in no need. There's still so many people queuing up in front of me. See, cutting isn't very nice, Lewin said with guilt. That won't do. I know you don't trust me, but are you telling me that you can't trust our fragrant medicine pavilion's reputation? I believe everyone is aware of the reputation of our heart-protecting pill. Using it to treat your injuries will definitely work, Yi Yuan said, full of concern. As he finished, even Qian Miao nodded and said, "That's right. This time around, little Yuan isn't messing around. Even though your injuries aren't severe, it wouldn't be good if it continues to deteriorate. Using a heart-protecting pill to treat your injuries is perfect." In reality, Yi Yuan's gaze just now stopped on quite a few people. It was just that it paused on Lu and's body just slightly longer. The others did not feel what he felt, so they did not discover anything amiss with Lewin. Right now, Yi Yuan seemed to be full of concern for Lewin, even though body knew what medicine he was selling his gourd. There was nothing wrong with saving people. In the time it took to have this conversation, Luer already rushed back like a gust of wind with a heart-protecting pill. Young Master here. Luer gave it to Yi Yuan like she wanted to claim credit for it. Turning around, Yi Yuan received the medicinal pill. Petting Luer's head, he smiled and said, "It was hard on you." "Not at all." Luer shook her head vigorously. Right now, Yi Yuan had his back turned towards the crowd, and body, not even Luer, noticed his hand movements. If one were to pay attention to Yi Yuan's hand that was holding the medicinal pill, one would discover that the medicinal pill was not being held in his hand, but instead hovering on top of his palm. While at the same time, Yi Yuan's fingers were moving at a very high frequency. After talking with Luer, Yi Yuan turned around, walked in front of Lu and said the medicine pill to him. "Here, swallow it quickly." Receiving the heart-protecting pill, Luin's face changed color several times. Did this brat really discover something? No matter what, this brat isn't some saint, so why would he suddenly be concerned about others? Just as Lewin was feeling nervous and uneasy, his eyes swept around until they were on Qian Miao, who was by the side. Immediately, he went up and said righteously, "Master Qian, it's not me who's narrow-minded, but rather young Master Yi, whose reputation isn't that good. Honestly speaking, I worry about this medicinal pill. Master Qian, please make the decision for me." When he said this, everyone all nodded in agreement. But Luer could not stand it. You are such an ungrateful person. Our family's young master is filled with good intentions to save you. Yet you are suspecting him. Umph. Everybody knows what kind of person your young master is. Is there anything wrong with suspecting him? Right now, Luan also became resolute and refused to eat it. Qian Miao looked at Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan was very calm and did not get angry because of this, making him even more suspicious. Looking once more at the medicinal pill in Luan's hands, he took it and scrutinized it, even sniffing it before saying, "This is indeed our heart-protecting pill without anything inappropriate." Furthermore, this particular heart-protecting pill's medicinal fragrance is overflowing. Clearly, its quality is even greater than the average ones. I'm not forcing you to eat this heart-protecting pill, but your injuries right now aren't light. If you are not careful, it might affect your cultivation in the future. I advise you to just take it. Luan really became confused this time. Could it be that he was really overthinking it? Supposedly, Yi Yuan, this brat had just escaped death. Did he really have a change in nature ever since? Qian Miao, this old fellow, is an honorable man, so he can't possibly be cheating me. Thinking up to this point, Luan gave thanks and swallowed the heart-protecting pill in one go. Chapter 6. Changing the prescription. Chapter 6. Changing the prescription. When the medicinal pill reached his abdomen, Luan felt a refresh. Plusing wave. It was as if his entire body relaxed quite a bit. The medicine's efficacy was pretty good. From the looks of it, this punk Yi Yuan really had a change in personality to actually give him a high-grade heart-protecting pill. At this moment, Luan felt he gauged the heart of a gentleman with one's own mean measure. "This warrior, how are you feeling?" Yi Yuan asked, his face beaming with a smile. Luan cupped his hands and replied with gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Yi. This one was too rash. I hope you can overlook my transgression. However, let's return to the topic at hand. Forgive me for being ignorant, but I've never heard before of a demonic beast called seven-colored flowing cloud python." Luan did not overlook his mission and immediately dragged the topic back after he recovered. After the disturbance, everyone's focus was diverted and forgot all about that matter. Now that Luan brought it up again, everyone came to a realization and once again looked towards Yi Yuan with contempt in their eyes. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Actually, a seven-colored flowing cloud python is a mutation of a seven evils flowing cloud python. It's just that a seven evils flowing cloud python is more common, while a seven-colored flowing cloud python is much rarer. Snakes belong to the Een attribute. Thus, the majority of snake species possesses Een poison. However, there's a minority which mutated to have Yang attribute. It happens to be that the one you encountered was this. Appearance-wise, a seven-colored flowing cloud python doesn't differ much from a seven evils flowing cloud python. However, it's known as the seven-colored flowing cloud python because there's a seven-colored flower on its 7 inches thick skin. This demonic beast has a huge frame. When this warrior was facing it, there was no way of spotting that seven-colored flower. Naturally, this means that he couldn't differentiate between a seven-colored flowing cloud python and seven evils flowing cloud python. It's just that these two demonic beasts, one possesses Een poison while the other Yang poison. If we use the prescription intended for Een poison to detoxify Yang poison, we would actually be harming this warrior." Yi Yuan finished talking while Qian Miao started frowning. What Yi Yuan said sounded plausible, with virtually no flaws. If this brawny man were genuinely suffering from a Yang poison, then this treatment method would really harm him. However, he could not comprehend how Yi Yuan came up with this diagnosis. How could Yi Yuan possibly know a demonic beast that he himself had never even heard of before? Even if he knew about this demonic beast, how had he found out the poison inflicted on this brawny man was different from the venom of seven evils flowing cloud python? Humph! Even if it existed, this so-called seven-colored flowing cloud python that you spoke of, why are the symptoms of his poisoning exactly the same as the seven evils flowing cloud python? Qian Miao asked coldly. Yi Yuan smiled and replied, "What's so unusual about that? A seven-colored flowing cloud python and a seven evils flowing cloud python both came from a common ancestor. Naturally, after being poisoned, the symptoms are almost similar but not the same. This warrior, try pressing down on the spot 7 inches below your armpit. The brawny man was at a loss on what he should do. Seeing Qian Miao nodded his head, he then measured the mentioned range of 7 inches below his armpit and pressed down the spot. There was not much force, but a pained expression immediately appeared on his face, following which a mouthful of blood sprayed out. As the blood splattered on the ground, a foul stench salted their noses. Seeing how it made people feel dizzy, it was clear it contained a deadly poison. This, Qian Miao was astonished. 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison was not uncommon. Hence, he was able to identify it after a brief diagnosis. But according to what he knew, 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison would absolutely not have such a situation occur. Although a 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison is potent, it is far from being this overbearing. Yi Yuan frowned slightly and ordered the attendants, "Men, come and clean this place." If it were in the past, most likely no one would heed his order. But looking at the current situation happening in front of their eyes, 2 servants immediately came forth and started cleaning. These 2 servants were clearly used to doing such things. Soon enough, no sign of blood could be seen on the ground. Qian Miao's facial expression kept changing before finally taking in a deep breath and said, "Yuan, in your opinion, how should the 7-colored flowing cloud python's poison be treated?" By saying this, it was equivalent to acknowledging his misdiagnosis earlier. It was just that in front of so many people, there was naturally no way he would apologize to a junior. Hence, his words were more subtle with implicit meaning. Furthermore, the way he addressed Yi Yuan also had changed. Calling him with Yuan seemed much intimate now. Of course, with his status, Qian Miao could certainly address him as Yuan. Even so, these words caused a stir in the crowd. Yin poison has to be treated with yang means. Yang poison naturally has to be treated with yin means. Uncle Qian has a deep understanding towards medicines. The prescription just now didn't actually have major mistakes. You just have to swap yang attribute medicines with yin attribute ones. That will do. Green Flow GRAS, and Vermilion Soul Sand are neutral medicines. But Ironwind Eagle belongs under yang attribute. Furthermore, Eagle subdues snake. If it were the 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison, this medicine would be the best. Right now, we just have to swap the Ironwind Eagle's inner core with a Lightning Ferret's inner core, and that should solve this problem. A 7-colored flowing cloud python's poison burns more fiercely, so it is best to add some extreme Indachira. Yi Yuan talked as if he already had a well-thought-out plan. But most importantly, everything he said was reasonable and well-founded. As long as the person understood medicine, there would be no way to refute his words at all. Luer looked at the young master and felt that he was simply too handsome today. Master Qian, is it true what he just said?" The brawny man asked hesitatingly. Qian Miao took one look at the brawny man, shook his head with a bitter smile, and said, "Honestly, even I'm not so sure now. But looking at the poisonous blood you spat out just now, what you were inflicted with indeed doesn't look like a 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison." But will the method he said work? What if I die from his treatment? It was not that the brawny man did not have faith in the fragrant medicine pavilion. It was just Yi Yuan's former reputation was too rotten. This prejudice left him unable to trust Yi Yuan at all. His body's poison as diagnosed by Yi Yuan was only the latter's claim. Body could determine whether it's real or bogus. How could he be confident? Qian Miao forced a smile and said, "I don't know either, but I feel that his method is worth a shot. What do you think? What are you still standing there for? Quickly grab the materials. Do you want the patient to die from a poison?" At this moment, a thunderous voice roared in everyone's ears. The crowd looked toward the door and saw a rough-looking man walked in swiftly. "Understood, family head." The attendant standing beside Qian Miao saw who it was and immediately responded and left. That man was Yi Hang. "Father, Family head. Yi Yuan and Qian Miao greeted Yi Hang at the same time. Yi Hang stopped in front of Yi Yuan and nodded his head lightly. With approval and relief being apparent in his eyes, Yi Hang said, "Looks like your personality changed for real this time. To have finished reading all those books I left you during this period, you really did diligently study the Tao of alchemy. Not bad." Without waiting for Yi Yuan's reply, he turned and said to the brawny man, "Little brother, my son is right. You are truly inflicted with a 7-colored flowing cloud python's poison and not a 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison. This type of demonic beast is extremely uncommon, which led to old Qian being unable to identify it. I apologize for that. However, the prescription my son issued isn't wrong either. Just drink it and see. If something happened, my fragrant medicine pavilion would take full responsibility. What do you think?" Yi Hang had a very distinguished ident. 1. Tie an entire state of Qin. Usually, it was impossible to see him here, let alone request for him to treat you. Today, he personally guaranteed it. What reason was there left for the brawny man to hesitate? Looks like even though the Yi family's young master might be incompetent, it was in no way as exaggerated as the rumors outside. At least he had some real capabilities. Chapter 7. Bleeding from the 7 orifices. Chapter 7. Bleeding from the 7 orifices in a courtyard at the fragrant medicine pavilion. Yi Hang was currently glaring at Yi Yuan. "Stinky brat, tell me honestly, how did you identify it?" Yi Yuan looked helplessly at his father and replied, "A wild guess. I was nearly hoodwinked by you yesterday. Looks like you really are different than in the past. What 7-colored flowing cloud python? I've never heard of it before this too. Just now, even if I personally diagnosed him, I'm afraid the results would be the same as with old Qian." Thinking of it now, Yi Hang was a little fearful after that episode. If it was not for his son's stroke of genius, the golden signboard of the fragrant medicine pavilion would be ruined today. That brawny-looking man already drank the medicine, and he got better. He was eternally grateful to the fragrant medicine pavilion and Yi Yuan. What was supposed to be a disaster became a good thing because of the anomaly, Yi Yuan. In fact, what could be foreseen after today was that the prestige of the fragrant medicine pavilion would soar even higher among the demonic beast hunters. The benefits involved would be immense. What? Even Lord Father doesn't know about this? I thought that with your attainments in the alchemy Tao, treating this sort of poison would be a piece of cake. Yi Yuan pretended to be surprised. A piece of cake? Hee. Naturally, within this tiny state of Qin, I have some status. But outside of the state of Qin, I, your father, am nothing. What alchemy grandmaster? It's merely just crossing the threshold of the great path of alchemy. The state of Qin is a well, and I am a frog in that well. It's just that I am a slightly larger frog. There are too many things I don't understand. Yi Hang suddenly started to mock himself, looking a little desolate, which made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised. In his predecessor's memory, his father, Yi Hang, was a man of indomitable spirit, as if nothing could bring him down. He had never seen his father reveal such an expression before. Yi Yuan could feel that Yi Hang displayed this side of him because he felt that his son had grown up and was more sensible now. So he felt like a heavy load had lifted off his shoulders, which was why his tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. Yi Yuan felt touched in his heart. His father most likely had his heart crushed over these years for his son. It was just that he never showed it in front of his son. Yi Yuan once again thought of his past life's father, Zhengyang Zi, and felt a multiple. 1. 2 to feelings surge up. He could not bear to mock Yi Hang anymore. So he opened his mouth and said, "Father, I know what you want to ask. Actually, I also don't know what's going on. This time around when I got poisoned and was on the verge of death, I met an expert in a dream. He imparted to me both martial and alchemy techniques, which were exceedingly profound. Initially, I thought it was just a dream, but after waking up, I discovered that I remembered clearly what happened in the dream. Furthermore, I could completely do it in reality. If it wasn't for that expert with father's means, you probably wouldn't see me again." Yi Yuan could not possibly tell Yi Hang that his son's body had already been occupied by another soul. So he had no choice but to fabricate a white lie which was close to the truth. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yi Hang could not help but become ecstatic. To think an expert took fancy of his son and imparted profound techniques in his dreams. This was a completely inconceivable thought for him. With such an expert for a master, the Ma's sieve boulder that had been pressing on Yi Hang's heart was finally lifted. That expert, did he say who he was? He saved my son's life. As a father, I've got to at least thank him. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, that expert didn't reveal his name, neither did he say why he saved me. He just said to properly comprehend the skills he imparted to me. When the time comes, he will naturally look for me again. So that's the case. Then the next time you see him, you must definitely give thanks to him on father's behalf, Yi Hang said with regret. Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course. Father, I still have some matters on hand, so I will take my leave first. A moment later, Yi Yuan arrived at the fragrant medicine pavilion once more and said to the shopkeeper, in a while, if someone looks for me, let him come to the manor at the east of the city. Additionally, here is a prescription. Help me prepare the medicines. Presently, Luan was quite pleased with himself, while also feeling a little dejected. He was pleased because Yi Yuan, that brat, was indeed a fool. To actually give a high-grade heart-protecting pill to someone with both hands. That heart-protecting pill's effects seemed to be exceptionally good. Currently, not only were his injuries healed, there was even a faint sign of breaking through after his injuries recovered. He had already been stuck at the 8th level essence Qi realm for many years, and yet he could never seem to touch the threshold of the 9th level. Luan was prepared to first temporarily put aside his duties for the Drunken Star Manor so that he could attempt to impact through the 9th level essence Qi realm with full force. What made him dejected was that Drunken Star Manor's scheme to redirect the troubled waters had failed, and it actually failed due to his silk pants. No matter how Luan thought of the incident, he just could not figure out how a silk pants was able to identify and treat a poison which even the Manor Lord of the Drunken Star Manor, Wandong Hai, could not handle. This Wandong Hai was in existence on the same level as Yi Hang. His attainments in the alchemy, Dao, even faintly Serpa. Said Yi Hang. How could the ignorant and incompetent son of Yi Hang possibly have survived through that situation? And yet, the situation happened like that right under his eyes. Currently, Luan had a headache thinking about how he should account to the Manor Lord. Therefore, Luan did not even believe that the brawny-looking man was treated by Yi Yuan, but instead, it was Yi Hang who took action behind the scene. Yi Yuan was just a chess piece, which Yi Hang pushed out into the open. Looks like this Yi Hang is very shrewd. When I return, I have to warn the Manor Lord to be on guard. While Luan was thinking as he walked, he suddenly discovered something wrong. The area underneath his nostrils was a little wet. Reaching out to touch it, he jumped in fright when he saw that his hands were covered in fresh blood. Overly heaty? What kind of joke was this? He was an 8th level essence Qi realm martial artist. How could he possibly have a nosebleed? Because his body was heaty. Somehow, he suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's sincere, smiling face, and he shuddered uncontrollably. Immediately, he shook his head and rejected that thought. He, Luan, was not some rookie. Even though he was not at a high level like Qian Miao, he was still capable of identifying between a fake and a genuine medicine. That medicinal pill was absolutely a heart-protecting pill. Furthermore, it was a high-grade heart-protecting pill. Definitely too heaty. Luan consoled himself in this manner, but he quickly discovered that he was too naive. Not long after, blood then flowed from his 2 eyes, followed by his ears, and finally, he directly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs felt like it caught fire, and his viscera was ablaze right now. At this moment, he could confirm that he was indeed poisoned. Luan could also be considered someone who frequently walked along the borders of life and death. But the more so, the more he was terrified of dying. Right now, his entire person felt a chill as if frozen. He had never experienced the despair he was feeling right now, even back when he faced powerful demonic beasts. At this moment, Luan only had one thought, which was to survive. He sprinted desperately towards the fragrant medicine pavilion. There was not much time left for him. The fragrant medicine pavilion shopkeeper was shocked by this person bleeding from his 7 orifices. He did not care about anything and just grabbed onto his sleeve after entering, requesting to meet young Master Yi. The shopkeeper was taken aback and did not react in time. Suddenly, he recalled what the young master instructed before leaving, so he told the address to this blood-covered person in front of him. After that person left, the shopkeeper was a little puzzled. This person is really weird, already like that, and yet he didn't look for Master Qian, but young master instead. For what? Unless young master knows how to treat diseases? Everyone, including initially Luin, thought that the brawny-looking man being saved today could not possibly have anything to do with Yi Yuan. Chapter 8. Courting Death. Chapter 8. Courting Death in the alchemy room at the east side of Yi Hang's manor. Lu stared wide-eyed, amazed at the smooth black medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands. Wah, young master, when did you become so amazing? Yi Yuan smiled and pinched Luo's delicate pink nose. He then grumpily replied, "Since when your young master isn't amazing?" Originally intended as a joke, who knew Luo actually seriously pondered a while before nodding. Oh, in the past, people always talk bad about young master. I don't know why, but I've always thought of young master as a good person. It's just that now young master is even more impressive. Right, what does this pill do? One day after transmigrating, Luo already became the closest person to Yi Yuan. Without hiding anything, Yi Yuan explained, "It's poison, a very potent one." Luo, seemingly frightened by this, and asked, why did young master refine something like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Naturally for a person to eat." Luo mused over this explanation before replying with a straight face, "I understand. Young master definitely refined this poison for bad guys to eat." Yi Yuan laughed out loud and said, "Let's go. The bad guy is almost here. We will wait for him in the parlor." The two just stepped into the parlor, and a servant came to report that a person with a bloodied face was at the front entrance of the manor seeking for an audience. Yi Yuan commanded him to bring that person over. Momentarily, the servant brought a pitiful-looking Lu into the parlor. Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Lu then sprinted over. Hugging Yi Yuan's leg and crying, he said, "Young Master Yi, I beg you to be magnanimous and save me, please. We don't have any grudges between us. Why do you want to put me to death?" Yi Yuan gave a look of disdain and then sent Luin flying with a kick before squatting down and said, "Don't have any grudges? Do you really take me for a fool? No matter how many heart-protecting pills my Yi family has, we wouldn't take it out to feed dogs. Make your choice now. Do you want to confess in exchange for the antidote or die due to the poison?" Even after being sent flying with a kick, Luin did not have any complaints and nearly tripped over himself while crawling back. Only this time he did not dare to hug Yi Yuan's legs again. However, Yi Yuan was just at the first level essence Qi realm. Even if the kick was packed with true essence, it was unable to cause any substantial harm to Luin. As to the risk for Luin retaliating like a desperate dog leaping over a wall, Yi Yuan was not concerned at all. That was because Luin's true essence scattered all over in his body, and he was unable to gather them together. "Young Master Yi, I truly don't know what you meant by that. I only came to Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to get treated. Even if I'd offended you, it isn't deserving of death. I'm only a small figure. I beg of you, young Master Yi, just treat me like a fart and let me go," Luin said as he cried without even trying to maintain his dignity. Yi Yuan did not speak and only looked at Luin's alarmed face until the latter became fluid tiered. At this point, Luin still held onto one last trace of possibility that Yi Yuan's wastrel disease struck, and that this was a practical joke. He hoped that by letting go of his dignity, he could coax Yi Yuan into giving him the antidote. If people found out about his shady ident, he would be hunted down by demonic beast hunters. However, after Yi Yuan stared at him for a long time with that same gaze, Luin's heart hit rock bottom. Yi Yuan looked at Luin and suddenly smiled. A smile which made his heart went cold. "Yo, young Master Yi. It's fine if you don't want to talk. I have plenty of time, but you don't. Right now, do you feel your organs burning up and your entire body as if it's about to ablaze? This is merely the beginning. After a while, your skin wouldn't be able to withstand it and start to crack open bit by bit. Eventually, your entire body will go pa and explode like a watermelon. As Yi Yuan spoke, he even made an explosion gesture with his hands. Luwen's entire body quaked, as if following Yi Yuan's hand movements, and exploded. At this point, Luwen knew he was out of luck. Yi Yuan definitely saw through something. Analyzing everything up to this point, Luwen's heart swiftly calmed down. This was an ability developed through countless years of hunting demonic beasts. He became an extraordinarily sinister and cunning person. His mind calculated everything, and a scheme developed. It was already impossible to return to the past with the situation that was happening right now. Luwen decided to go all out. As long as he managed to swindle the antidote from Yi Yuan's hands, he would immediately kill Yi Yuan and this little girl before leaving for a distant place. Luwen was a decisive man. Now that the scheme was in place, there was no need to delay things any longer. Naturally, he would not reveal his inner thoughts. Instead, he continued to maintain a pitiful and helpless appearance in order to deceive Yi Yuan. Luwen repeatedly kowtowed and babbled nonstop. "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I can't hide anything from your keen sight. I'm willing to tell young Master Yi everything. I only beg young Master Yi to spare my worthless life." Yi Yuan looked as if he was delighted with Luwen's performance. He smiled and said, "That will depend on whether the information you're going to reveal is valuable or not. If it is, this young master naturally will not make things difficult for a small fry like you." Luwen became thrilled upon hearing this. He thought to himself, this punk is indeed a pampered child, baited with just a little bit of honey. Luwen no longer hesitated and spilled everything out. The truth did not deviate much from Yi Yuan's conjecture. That brawny man initially went to several medicinal pill stores. Occasionally, there would be physicians who could recognize the 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison, but they were helpless against it. Do not look down on Qian Miao just because he was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. When put in the entire Qin country, he was a top-ranked individual. He could identify and treat the 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison, but this does not mean that others could do the same. Luckily, they could not handle it. Otherwise, the brawny man would have long suck. Bed to the poison. Left without any choice, the brawny man then went to the Drunken Star Manor first. Coincidentally, the Drunken Star Manor's manor lord, Wan Donghai, happened to be there and saw the brawny man. The diagnosis of a Drunken Star Manor's physician was actually the same as Qian Miao's. However, Wan Donghai saw that something was not quite right and requested the brawny man to seek a more capable expert. Within the state of Qin, other than the Drunken Star Manor, there was only the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. What could the brawny man do other than to go try his luck at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? Wan Donghai could feel that something was wrong, but like Yi Hang, he was helpless against the poison. Your enemy would be the person who understood you the most. Wan Donghai was confident that Yi Hang could not neutralize this poison. Hence, he sent Luwen to blend with the crowd and wait for an opportunity to fan the flames in order to ruin the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's reputation. If the situation went out of control, it would be best to incite the demonic beast hunters to smash up the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. That way, even if the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was not destroyed, it would result in a considerable loss of reputation, leaving them unable to compete with the Drunken Star Manor any longer. Luwen, who was wounded earlier, had just returned to the capital of the state of Qin. Furthermore, he was quick-witted, which made him the most suitable candidate. Initially, everything had been going along as planned by Wan Donghai, but who knew halfway through something unexpected would happen. Yi Yuan unexpectedly actually managed to resolve this poison, leaving Luwen unable to do anything. It really was Wan Donghai. What a great trick to manipulate this incident. Yi Yuan smiled coldly. This Wan Donghai had always viewed Yi Yuan's father as an enemy. Both were alchemy grandmaster with prominent status within the state. Yet, Wan Donghai was an insidious and scrupulous person, completely different than Yi Hang. Yi Yuan was naturally familiar with this Wan Donghai. Although his predecessor was far from being a match for Wan Donghai, his son Wan Yuan was his nemesis at the Danwu Academy. Naturally, although they are rivals, it was actually Wan Yuan one-sidedly bullying Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan thoroughly could not retaliate at all. Although Wan Yuan was also another silk pants like him, he was still outstanding among the students at the Danwu Academy. Apart from reaching the 6th level Essence Chi realm, he even became an alchemy apprentice of the Tao of Alchemy. Even among the talents in the Danwu Academy, Wan Yuan was an exceptional genius who was well favored. In comparison, Yi Yuan was not even fit to hold his shoes up. In fact, the matter regarding Yi Yuan's poisoning after lies in his predecessor's memories, there was an 80% likelihood that Wan Yuan being the mastermind behind the incident. Good. Excellent. The old grievances have yet to fade, and new grudges were formed already. This father and son pair from the Wan family. This feud, we will never reconcile. Yi Yuan thought and laughed coldly in his heart. Yo, young Master Yi, I've said what I should say, as well as what I shouldn't have. Don't you think? Luan said weakly. Just now, he even revealed that he was a spy for the Drunken Star Manor, all just to obtain Yi Yuan's trust and swindle that antidote from him. Feeling satisfied, Yi Yuan nodded. Taking out the newly refined poison pill, he threw it to Luan and said, "Not bad. You performed well. This antidote is your reward." Luan received the pill and was feeling elated. Without even being skeptical, he swallowed it and immediately meditated to absorb the medicinal effects. Indeed, the moment the pill reached his abdomen and was being absorbed, his originally stagnant true essence started circulating immediately. His eyes suddenly snapped open, and he flew forward like a cheetah with clawed hands, moving towards Yi Yuan's throat. Young master. Luer at the side gave a shrill scream. Without even thinking, she jumped in front of Yi Yuan. This claw attack was abnormally vicious, bringing with it an imposing aura tempered by the life and death situations he encountered daily as a demonic beast hunter. Against a little rookie like Yi Yuan, it was impossible to fail. And yet, this claw suddenly stopped 3 inches away from Luer's throat. Following this, Luan collapsed to the ground and started convulsing, his face distorted in pain. Yi Yuan pulled Luer aside from the back. Looking with pity at Luan, who was on the ground, he smiled coldly and said, "Disasters from the heavens can be withstood, but the evil we bring upon ourselves is the hardest to bear. If you didn't have any devious ideas, this heart-inch fisher poison wouldn't activate this early. Yet, because you had vicious thoughts, you have to suffer more." "Why?" Luan twitched as he squeezed out the word between his teeth. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "You thought the heart-protecting pill I gave you back at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was actually poison. In reality, that was really a heart-protecting pill. It's just that the medicinal pill had been refined several times. Consequently, the medicinal effects became several times more violent. You are bleeding from the 7 orifices and unable to gather true essence was merely some side effects. There was actually no serious problem with your body. Once the medicinal effects said, not only would you be completely fine, you might have experienced improvement. But the pill you just ate was a real poison pill, the heart-inch fisher pill. Furthermore, the effects are extremely violent. After consuming it, you will suffer from the pain of your intestines rupturing for 6 hours each day. Moreover, each time it happens, it will become even stronger, all the way until you die." Yi Yuan's words clearly reached Luan's ears. This seemed to make him convulsed even more violently. Chapter 9. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Chapter 9. It's impolite not to reciprocate at the Drunken Star Manor. Streams of people can be seen busily going in and out. In the manor, a middle-aged man dressed in a traditional outfit appeared very restless and kept pacing around nonstop. Beside him sat a middle-aged man who looked very calm. "Big brother, why isn't there any news from that Luan? Could it be that the brawny-looking man's poison was cured by Yi Hang?" The one talking was precisely the man pacing around, Wan Dongyang. He was Wan Donghai's brother, an alchemist himself from the same sect. The person sitting down naturally was the manor lord of the Drunken Star Manor, Wan Donghai. But Wan Donghai was composed and said unhurriedly, Dongyang, remain calm. I am all too clear on Yi Hang's abilities. It's impossible for him to treat that poison. We just have to sit here and wait for the good news to come. Aya, big brother, this fragrant medicine pavilion has been competing with us for so many years. Now that we finally have this opportunity, how can we ease the hatred in our hearts if we don't take them down completely? Wan Dongyang gritted his teeth and said, Haha, oh Dongyang, you really need to fix that short temper of yours. Otherwise, it will be tough to break through and reach the alchemist grandmaster realm. The poison inflicted on that brawny-looking man was very peculiar. If I guess correctly, it should be poison from the mythical seven-colored flowing cloud python. If it wasn't for the fact that I happened to read a word or two about it from an incomplete book, I'm afraid it would be our Drunken Star Manor who would suffer from this. But since I encountered it, then Yi Hang deserves to be unlucky. However, it's only being unlucky. It's not realistic to use this to bring down Yi Hang. At best, this matter would only let us suppress them in the business aspect. Wan Donghai remained unperturbed. Even though Wan Donghai said all that, there was not the slightest bit of unhappiness on Wan Dongyang's face. The step from alchemy master to alchemy grandmaster might seem simple, but in reality, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Otherwise, there would not be so few alchemy grandmasters in the entire state of Qin. However, this impatient temper of his was probably not going to change as he asked impatiently, Big brother, why do I keep feeling that something is wrong? Why don't we send someone down to check on the situation there? Wan Donghai was afraid that if he acted rashly, he would alert and draw Yi Hang's attention. Apart from Luan, he did not send anyone else to inquire about the news. But if that side started a fight, they should have long received the news here. Unless there really was an unexpected accident? All right, you send someone to check it out. After thinking for a moment, Wan Donghai agreed. Wan Donghai was not really worried that something had happened to Luan. After all, he and the Drunken Star Manor had no connections on the surface. He was merely a demonic beast hunter. Wan Dongyang acknowledged the instruction and was just about to send someone down when he heard urgent knocking on the door. Manor Lord, something big is happening. Someone is here to cause trouble. Hua. The door opened from the inside. Wan Donghai said coldly to the shopkeeper, Who is it? Who is so audacious to actually dare climb on top of our heads? What are all of you doing? Hearing that someone was causing trouble, Wan Dongyang's hot temper immediately surfaced. The shopkeeper's face turned bitter and said, I didn't really come to cause trouble. It's just to get a treatment. Seeing Wan Donghai's face sank, the shopkeeper hurriedly rectified his words. No, no, no. They're using seeking treatment as an excuse to challenge us. Who is it? Wan Donghai's patience was almost exhausted. It's that silk pan from the Yi family, Yi Hang's son, Yi Yuan, the shopkeeper said while trembling. Just a silk pants scared you until like this? Are you dead? Do you still want your job as a shopkeeper? The moment Wan Dongyang heard that it was Yi Yuan, he wanted to tear the shopkeeper apart. Forget it. Let's go out and take a look, Wan Donghai commanded. The three of them went to the lobby and saw a youth sitting in an ostentatious manner where the shopkeeper was supposed to sit. Wan Donghai glared fiercely at the shopkeeper, but right now was not the time to punish him. Just as Wan Donghai was about to deal with Yi Yuan, he glanced sideways only to see Lu, and who was like a dead dog on the ground. His heart jumped. Yi Yuan saw Wan Donghai appeared and took his time to get up. He walked in front of him, smiled, and said, Manor Lord Wan, this little nephew came here rather abruptly today. I hope you won't take offense. Wan Donghai's facial muscles twitched a little and forcefully suppressed the impulse to slap Yi Yuan to death with one blow. Forcing out a slightly ugly smile, he said, Not at all. So it was honorable nephew who came. I was wondering which blind little bee, A-S-T-A-R-D, dared to be so rude in our Drunken Star Manor. If honorable nephew wants to come, it's better to notify us beforehand, so that we wouldn't be discourteous. Even though Wan Donghai wanted to gnash his teeth in hatred, he did not want to suffer a loss verbally, and so he scolded Yi Yuan, being a little ard. Everyone knew that the Drunken Star Manor and the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion were enemies, but they would still appear to be polite and amiable on the surface. They were all businessmen. If they were to really fight in the future, who would dare to come and get their illnesses treated? Yi Yuan snickered in his heart at how narrow-minded Wan Donghai was, and yet he was smiling as he said, "Ah, shucks. It's because I was anxious about saving people, and so I had no choice but to intrude. I've long heard that Manor Lord Wan's alchemy Dao is #1 in the state of Qin. That was why this little nephew had the idea of coming here to save a life." Hearing what Yi Yuan was saying, Wan Donghai wished he could tear him apart alive. If there were only people from the Drunken Star Manor, those words would be fine. But on the way to the Drunken Star Manor, Yi Yuan caused a ruckus, as if he was afraid that people would not know he was bringing someone to challenge the Drunken Star Manor. He attracted many people, and currently, the Drunken Star Manor's lobby was swarmed to the point where water cannot flow through. To say that Wan Donghai was the #1 in the state of Qin in front of so many people was clearly intentional. One had to know that the alchemy grandmasters in the capital were not only Wan Donghai and Yi Hang. Ignoring others, there was also an alchemy grandmaster in the imperial family. If these words were to spread to the ears of the imperial family, Wan Donghai would be sitting on pins and needles. The intelligence network of the imperial family covered the entire state. D knows if there were a spy from the imperial family within the crowd. Currently, Wan Donghai was feeling uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. Yet he had to smile and greet Yi Yuan. "What are you saying, honorable nephew? How can I dare to claim to be the #1 in the state of Qin? At least your father's and the imperial uncle's alchemy Dao standards aren't below mine. However, I find it a little strange that honorable nephew came to the Drunken Star Manor to seek medical help. With an expert like your father, why didn't you find him, but come to our Drunken Star Manor instead?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's a matter of expediency. Firstly, your Drunken Star Manor has always been hailed as #1 in the capital. Secondly, it was obviously because this place is nearer." As Yi Yuan spoke, he pointed to Lu and who looked like a dead dog, and with a face full of benevolence he said, "I met this person in excruciating agony on the road. Thinking about how heaven cares for every living thing, I brought him to the Drunken Star Manor to seek medical help. But who would have thought that even after swapping a few physicians, they still couldn't do it? This capital's #1. Wan Donghai suddenly discovered that he could not gain any advantage from this youth in front of him. Something was wrong. Yesterday, Yuan even sent news back saying that he plotted to poison Yi Hang's son to death. So why was this brat alive and kicking here today at the Drunken Star Manor? Needless to say, if Yi Yuan casually found someone to cause trouble, Wan Donghai naturally would not be concerned. But he just had to bring over Luin. This was indeed too much of a coincidence. Things would be fine if he could cure him. But if he could not, what if this Luin betrayed the Drunken Star Manor? Luin's ident. 1. Tai cannot be known to the public. Apart from fellow alchemists, many demonic beast hunters were also there. Once Luin's ident. 1. Tai was exposed, it would absolutely be a tremendous blow to the Drunken Star Manor. Then again, just what was wrong with Luin? He was perfectly fine when he left for the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. It was only some internal injuries. Why did he become a dead dog when he returned? With Wan Donghai's attainments in the alchemy Dao, a single glance, and he could tell that Luin was poisoned. But just what kind of poison could leave so many masters completely helpless and finally made the shopkeeper invited himself out? At that moment, Wan Donghai thought of everything which had happened and realized it was highly unusual. If this was not handled properly, it might cause a sieve blow to the Drunken Star Manor. Chapter 10. Giving him a dose of his own medicine. Chapter 10. Giving him a dose of his own medicine. Currently, Wan Donghai was regretting that he did not send people to investigate the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. He remained pious, as the situation was unclear. But he never expected something to happen to Lu and who had concealed himself so well. My manor lord, say save me. Lewin groaned and currently was lying feebly on the ground. Lewin's words, as if it triggered one Donghai's sensitive nerves, made him frown even harder, almost like an upside-down 8. One Yi? Manor lord, why do I feel as if this friend over here knows you? Yi Yuan acted as if he just realized something's odd. He purposely said these words loudly so that everyone could hear them. Other people naturally felt nothing when they heard him, but these words held a different meaning in Wan Donghai's ears. Wan Donghai felt extreme hatred in his heart, yet he displayed a nonchalant attitude. Honorable nephew, you must be joking. This one could be considered to have some fame within the imperial city. My Drunken Star Manor also saved many demonic beast hunters before. Naturally, it isn't strange for him to recognize me. Yi Yuan came to a realization and said, so that's the case. But when I brought this friend over here, I've never mentioned that he is a demonic beast hunter. How did Manor Lord Wan manage to tell with one glance? This nephew is impressed by Manor Lord Wan's sharp eyes. Initially, the crowd was still unclear about what's going on. But after Yi Yuan's insinuation, everyone suddenly understood what was going on, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. Lewin was only an 8th level essence Qi realm martial artist. It was not odd for him to recognize Wan Donghai, but for Wan Donghai to recognize him as a demonic beast hunter at a glance was definitely something unusual. However, this did not mean Wan Donghai cannot get to know demonic beast hunters. On the contrary, he knew several of them. However, with his status, the demonic beast hunters he knew were all at least spirit condensation, realm martial artists, and outstanding ones at that. How could Wan Donghai recognize a small fry like Lewin? There was not a wall in this world which did not have a crack. There had always been rumors about the Drunken Star Manor, sending people to infiltrate demonic beast hunter teams and killing their companions. It was just that there was never any evidence found. Furthermore, the Drunken Star Manor was extremely powerful and had helped many demonic beast hunters. Hence, these rumors had always remained as just hearsay. Yi Yuan intentionally baited Wan Donghai by purposely creating inconsistencies with what was said. This made it as if Wan Donghai had something to hide, which left the crowd to their imaginations. At this point, Wan Donghai felt as if there were tens of thousands of horses galloping across his heart, yet he was unable to stop Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan purposely blew the matter out of proportion so that Wan Donghai would spare the rat to save the dishes and not take action against him. Honorable nephew misunderstood the situation. This person looks like he has some abilities, plus he is inflicted with a bizarre poison. Just a single glance, and it's clear there's an 80% chance he is a demonic beast hunter, Wan Donghai explained with a forced laugh. Yi Yuan's goal had been accomplished, so he did not choose to keep harping on it. Instead, he left the crowd to their own thoughts. So that's the case. Manor Lord Wan would have to forgive me. This nephew, I was just recently poisoned and nearly lost my life. Hence the doubt. Maybe I'm overthinking it. After all, those rumors are obviously nonsense. All right, we've been chatting for so long, we almost forgot to save the patient. Just look at the expression in this friend's eyes. He's practically seeing Manor Lord Wan as his relative. Oops, wrong. It is his savior. Yi Yuan messed around for some time before finally returning to the topic at hand. In any case, it's not like you have to pay with your life for grossing people to death. Yi Yuan naturally did not mind grossing Wan Donghai out a little more. He was also collecting some interest for his predecessor. At this moment, Wan Donghai could not argue even with 100 mouths. Yi Yuan would not give him the chance to do so either. Wan Donghai frowned as he looked at Lewin on the ground, and then instructed the servants, "Men, bring this friend to the back hall. I will diagnose him." Wan Donghai was only half finished before being interrupted by Yi Yuan. "Manor Lord Wan, can't you see how many friends came today? All of us just want to witness the splendor of Manor Lord Wan's alchemy Dao. Manor Lord Wan cannot disappoint us. Everyone says that Manor Lord Wan is the best in the capital, yet few had actually seen Manor Lord Wan demonstrate own skills. Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Manor Lord Wan should just display own abilities, so everyone can broaden their horizons, as well as giving us juniors an opportunity to observe. Right, everyone? The crowd came to watch a show, and with such a great show starting, they naturally would not leave. Instead, they echoed their support. Now, that Wan Donghai was riding a tiger. He found it hard to get off. Looking at Yi Yuan, he wished he could hack him to pieces. At any rate, he was a Grandmaster S figure. Who would have thought he would be cornered to such an extent in front of so many people by a junior? Isn't it just a detoxification procedure? I will detoxify for you to see, within the state of Qin, what poison was he unable to treat. Not to mention this poison was concocted by a junior like Yi Yuan. Wan Donghai understood Yi Hang quite well. This matter was definitely not instigated by Yi Hang. That fellow always competed openly and with honor. Even if it was to make trouble, he would not send his own son. This was definitely all Yi Yuan's idea. Merely his silk pants. Did he expect he can flip the heavens? Although there was nothing to be proud of with smacking a junior's face, since you already delivered yourself to the door, then isn't it a shame to not smack you? Wan Donghai waved his long sleeve and instructed, "Since everyone's in such a good mood, I will detoxify this friend in front of everyone. Men, set him down." Seeing this, the crowd acted as if they were on stimulants and flocked in at once. They really wanted to see how this super silk pants Yi Yuan, with his widespread notoriety, could challenge the drunken Star Manor's Manor Lord. By this time, even a fool would not believe that Yi Yuan just happened to be MP in a Luan on the streets. This poison was most likely concocted by Yi Yuan himself. As for the person who got poisoned, even if it was not like in the rumors, he definitely had a close and intricate relations. I plus P with the drunken Star Manor. Many of those present were professionals. They already found out about what happened in the morning over at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Connecting the dots to the situation happening under their eyes, several brighter folks already guessed Yi Yuan came here to give the Manor Lord a dose of his own medicine. Wan Donghai looked at the half-dead Luin and could not wait to kill him with a single blow. This incompetent thing not only failed to complete his mission, but it also caused so much trouble for him. At this moment, Luin was already in agonizing pain, occasionally twitching, just like a dead fish. Wan Donghai did not want to smash his own signboard. Hence, there was no choice but to save Luin. Wan Donghai occasionally lifted Luin's eyelids, sometimes took his pulse, and at times loosened up Luin's clothes to inspect his body. Tinkering for almost half the day, his heart gradually sunk to rock bottom. His brows locked even tighter together. He was actually incapable of identifying any clues at all. An alchemy grandmaster was actually unable to diagnose what poison the patient was inflicted with. This was completely inconceivable. Were it not for the fact Luin was like a dead fish right now, Wan Donghai would even suspect that he was collaborating with Yi Yuan to tear down his stage. "Big brother, how is it?" Looking at Wan Donghai's knitted brows, Wan Dongyang had a bad premonition. "Go, fetch my high-grade detoxification pill over," Wan Donghai instructed while gritting his teeth together as if he just made a difficult decision. "What?" "That high-grade detoxification pill was something you spent a great effort to refine. It's intended for His Majesty. Now you want to use it on him?" exclaimed Wan Dongyang. "Just go since I asked you to. What's with all the nonsense?" Wan Donghai had already lost his patience at this point and became very irritable. Chapter 11. Silencing. Chapter 11. Silencing. Wan Dongyang had never seen his big brother this anxious before. He did not dare to delay and quickly went to retrieve that high-grade Tier 3 detoxification pill. Detoxification pill was a universal type of pill, which meant it could treat any poison. But as for its efficacy, it depended on exactly what sort of poison the person was inflicted with. A detoxification pill could cure virtually any ordinary poison. Hence, it was the most widely used, as well as being one of the most practical pills. In Yi Yuan's eyes, detoxification pill was considered under the low-level category of pills. For this pill, there were several tiers. There were Tier 1 detoxification pill, Tier 2 detoxification pill, and all the way to Tier 5 detoxification pill. As for poisons above Tier 5, A detoxification pill was basically useless against them. That was because poisons above Tier 5 were either very unique or extremely rare. Detoxification pills were ineffective on them. This detoxification pill, refined by Wan Donghai, naturally was not an ordinary item within the state of Qin. This high-grade Tier 3 detoxification pill was his life's most exceptional work. Not even Yi Hang could refine a detoxification pill of this grade. Even though both were alchemy grandmasters, they had their own specializations. Yi Yuan knew that his father, Yi Hang, was inferior in terms of dealing with poisons. That was why Yi Hang could only let Yi Yuan consume a low-grade Tier 3 detoxification pill, while Wan Donghai could take out a high-grade Tier 3 detoxification pill. This detoxification pill essentially represented the pinnacle standard of this specialization within the state of Qin. Even the imperial uncle cannot be compared with Wan Donghai on this aspect. When Wan Dongyang handed the pill over to Wan Donghai, his face twitched violently. To use such a pill on a lackey, such as Lu, and was a waste of G.O.D's gifts. Wan Donghai received the pill, looked at Yi Yuan, and gave a cold humph. Regardless of the result today, he was already bested by this junior. Yet Yi Yuan just stood there watching Wan Donghai with a nonchalant expression. Wan Donghai rolled his sleeves, and Lun involuntarily sat up. Following this, Wan Donghai's fingers rapidly jabbed Lu in with extreme speed. The crowd only saw an afterimage of fingers before hearing a series of puffing sounds. Each of Wan Donghai's finger jabs made Lun groan in anguish. As the last finger jab landed, Lun opened his mouth in excruciating pain. Wan Donghai did not hesitate and hastily threw the detoxification pill into Lun's mouth. After Lun swallowed the pill, Wan Donghai then ceased his actions. Lun, who had lost his balance, slumped down once more. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, slow applause echoed. Yi Yuan sighed with a smile. I've long heard Manor Lord Wan's profound phantom finger technique is exceedingly wondrous, capable of reviving the dead as well as granting a fate worse than death. Seeing it today truly broadened my horizons. How extraordinary! Wan Donghai lightly gasped for air. Clearly, the bout just now was not so easy for him. Hearing the ridicule in Yi Yuan's praise gave him the impulse to want to kill someone. Humph! Who cares what poison was it? In front of my profound phantom finger and the detoxification pill I refined, he will be as good as new. It was not that Wan Donghai was wildly arrogant, but within the state of Qin, he indeed had never encountered any problem he could not resolve. That would be for the best. Just look at the state this friend is in. I also hope that he can be safe and sound. Yi Yuan then sighed. Yi Yuan sounded very sincere, as if Lun was an old friend for many years. But to Wan Donghai's ears, it conjured a faint premonition. As if confirming his thoughts, after those words, Lun suddenly threw up a mouthful of blood. Wan Donghai's face changed color. Supporting Lun, he asked, "Are you all right?" "My Manor Lord, pain. The pain is killing me." Lun's initially alleviated symptoms had flared up once more. It hurt so much that he rolled off the bed onto the ground. It was clear that Wan Donghai's actions failed to remove the poison from his body, but instead stimulated the toxin inside him, resulting in tormenting pain. Why? Why is it like this? Wan Donghai was utterly befuddled. Although the display just now did not seem very impressive, it was actually his limits. Who would have guessed that not only Lun's poison was not cured, it actually became even more intense. Lun rolled on the floor in agonizing pain, yet body stepped forward to help him. Yi? Manor Lord Wan, looks like your profound phantom finger and detoxification pill failed to have any effect. Instead, it worsened this friend's condition. Just take a look at that painful appearance. I can't bear to stand it. Don't tell me, Manor Lord, one has no other methods to ease his pain? The Drunken Star Manor is known as the #1 in the capital. Yi Yuan exclaimed questioningly. Wan Donghai could no longer keep up appearances. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he bellowed, "Stinky brat, what on earth did you make him eat? Want to frame our Drunken Star Manor? You're still not qualified." Yi Yuan deliberately gave a shocked expression and said, "Why did you say that, Manor Lord Wan? As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pag. Oh duh, are you telling me now that this friend is suffering like this? I have to be indifferent to it? Or is the Drunken Star Manor undeserving of its reputation, unable to even diagnose what this friend is poisoned with? You, were it not for his last trace of reason, Wan Donghai would have stomped off instantly." Yi Yuan gave a look of pain while leaning down to say to Luin, "This brother, I've already tried my best. In the capital, if even Manor Lord Wan can't save you, then there is nothing I can do. When you arrive at the underworld, don't blame me for it." Luin was originally half dead already, but after hearing Yi Yuan's words, it was as if he regained terminal lucidity. His initially dull, lifeless eyes gained a trace of brilliance. "Ma Manor Lord, sa save me. I help you to se cell." Enduring the pain, Luin forced out a few words between the gaps of his teeth. At this point, Luin only had his instinct for survival stimulated by Yi Yuan, but the second half of his words were like lightning bolt during clear weather to Wan Donghai. Initially, Wan Donghai was filled with wrath towards Yi Yuan, but right now, it was as if he was drenched from head to toe in cold sweat. Without waiting for Luin to finish speaking, Wan Donghai quickly leaned down and told Luin, "Don't worry. I will save you no matter what." Wan Donghai's eyes were filled with sincerity, completely different from Yi Yuan's phony sincerity. The feeling it gave Lu and were as if they were life and death comrades. At this moment, that sense of uneasiness stirred up by Yi Yuan got suppressed, and what replaced it was serenity. "My Manor Lord, he said this poison is called Heart-Inch Fisher." After saying this, Luin ceased all movements just like a deflated ball. "Heart-Inch Fisher, Heart-Inch Fisher." Wan Donghai muttered it over and over while his brows furrowed even harder. The more he repeated it, the more he felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. "Heart-Inch Fisher? Heart-Inch Fisher. It's actually Heart-Inch Fisher. This. How could a brat like him knows Heart-Inch Fisher?" A trace of astonishment flashed across Wan Donghai's eyes. Wan Donghai finally recalled where he had heard that name before. It was during his early years where his master once mentioned that name. Thinking back on it now, his master had even said that this sort of poison was abnormally tyrannical, practically without any cure. A Heart-Inch Fisher pill was not some high-tier pills. In fact, it was the opposite. It was only merely a high-grade Tier 1 pill. Yet his master, a Tier 4 alchemy king, back then had said it was incurable. It was evident just how terrifying this poison was. How could Yi Yuan possibly refine such a terrifying poison? Unless it was Yi Hang's work? Right now, Wan Donghai could not be bothered to think about it. After being stunned for a while, he knew that no matter what he did, Luin was beyond saving. Since that was the case, he could only sacrifice Luin. His own reputation might be important, but if the matter of spies among demonic beast hunters were to be exposed, the impact on the Drunken Star Manor would be even more significant. Luin's incomplete sentence just now made it clear that if Wan Donghai failed to save him, he would undoubtedly expose the ugly side of the Drunken Star Manor in front of all these people. When that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Wan Donghai took a deep breath and sighed. This poison is indeed remarkably overbearing. This one is incompetent. I only have one last move left. Finus. Plussing, he ordered people to hold up Lu and rolling his sleeves. The profound phantom finger was executed once more. Only this time, the commotion was greater than before. Flass. Plussing around Luin and engulfing him in afterimages, Wan Donghai caused a gale to blow so fiercely that the crowd almost could not keep their eyes open. As Yi Yuan looked at Wan Donghai, giving it his all for this performance, a cold sneer appeared on his face. The profound phantom finger might be a martial technique, but it could also be categorized as a technique under the alchemy Tao. In Yi Yuan's view, it was clumsy, but he had some understanding of this finger technique. This finger technique could save lives while also harming others. Furthermore, The way it harmed people was incredibly vicious. This finger technique was used on the acupuncture points in order to stimulate the body. But right now, what Wan Donghai was executing was precisely the malignant version of the technique. However, Yi Yuan did not expose Wan Donghai's intentions. Since he was willing to smash his own signboard, Yi Yuan was naturally amenable to AS system. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's current strength, it was impossible to take down Wan Donghai. He was currently too weak. Indeed, after Wan Donghai's finger technique ceased, Luan had immediately stopped breathing and slowly slumped to the ground. Manor Lord Wan is indeed remarkable, displaying a set of finger technique and directly cured someone to death. Impressive, impressive, Yi Yuan exclaimed as he maintained the same smile as before. Chapter 12. 9. In Divine Link Meridian. Chapter 12. 9. In Divine Link Meridian at the Yi Manor. In a room filled with medicinal fragrance and fog, located at an isolated corner of the manor. Young master, you were so impressive today at the Drunken Star Manor. That manor lord Wan who even old master couldn't deal with was completely defeated by young master, Luer said while fanning with a cattail leaf fan. An herbal bath for Yi Yuan was prepared in an enormous wooden tub. It sat just on top of the fire that Luer was fanning with the cattail leaf fan. Today at the Drunken Star Manor, Wan Donghai treated Lu into death, stunning everyone. The highly popular Drunken Star Manor had always boasted that it was the #1 in the state of Qin. Yet today, an ignorant brat walked up to their door to slap their faces, slapping so hard that it reverberated. No matter how thick Wan Donghai's skin was, he was somewhat unable to maintain his face any further. After Lu En's death, Wan Donghai immediately decided to close shop for a day. Everyone was chased away to temporarily avoid immediate embarrassment. Everyone present knew their stuff. Even though they did not know what poison this hardened fisher was, they could guess that it was something Yi Yuan concocted. Everyone felt the world change too quickly. A former rotten, mud-like silk pants actually forced a grandmaster of his era to his wit's end. Many people knew that Yi Yuan was dying of poison just yesterday. Could it be that the poisoning actually enlightened him? Of course, there were some who did not believe that it was instigated by Yi Yuan, but instead by Yi Hang, who had borrowed Yi Yuan's hands to give the Drunken Star Manor a vicious blow. But as they thought about it, it did not make any sense. If Yi Hang had that ability, what was he doing all these years? The compet. One time between the two families was not a matter of 1 or 2 years. Either way, the arguments bore no fruit. But the subject became the mealtime conversation topic of the common people within the capital. Yi Yuan, who was originally already well known, became even more famous now. This was just claiming back some interest. Although today's event had a large impact on the Drunken Star Manor, it's not fatal. That Wan family's father-son pair, sooner or later, I will make them pay the real price. Yi Yuan's tone became somewhat cold upon mentioning them. Having inherited this body, Qin Yunzi naturally had the responsibility to take revenge for his predecessor and help the Yi family eliminate this compet. One tour. Furthermore, Yi Yuan already witnessed how sinister and unscrupulous this father-son pair were. He had no favorable impression towards them at all. Only that right now, Yi Yuan's current strength was too weak. Apart from vexing Wan Donghai a little, he could not really do anything much to him. In the future, when he had sufficient strength, the father-son pair naturally had to be eliminated. If it were up to someone else, this would practically be an impossible mission. But to Yi Yuan, Wan Donghai and his son were merely a stumbling block on his road for vengeance. Removing it just required some time. That's right. That Wan Yuan is so hateful. In the past, he was always bullying young master. Young master must work hard. I have faith in young master. Luer always had that unconditional faith in Yi Yuan. Young master won't disappoint you. Oh right, Luer, I can see that your apartment tude is excellent. Why don't you practice martial arts? After being occupied for the entire day and finally able to lounge with Luer in the same room, he discovered that there was not the slightest essence energy within Luer's body, to actually be an ordinary person. Yet Yi Yuan could see that Lu'er had an excellent apartment attitude, 100 times better than that loser of a predecessor. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Lu'er's expression became a bit downcast. Old master said Lu'er has 9 absolute meridian and cannot cultivate. Otherwise, the higher the realm, the earlier I will die. 9 absolute meridian? Yi Yuan repeated once, before grabbing Lu'er's wrist to take her pulse. Having her wrist held by Yi Yuan made Lu'er's heart pound, and her face immediately turned bright red. In her opinion, being unable to cultivate might be regretful, but as long as she can be together with the young master, that would be good enough. Yi Hang had long concluded her fate, so she did not hold any hope at all. Ever since experiencing that incident, the young master really changed so much, becoming more mature, being concerned about others, and taking care of others. Yi Yuan held Luoi's wrist. His brows initially locked tightly together before slowly relaxing. Old master and madam treat Lu'er just like their own daughter. If Lu'er could cultivate, they would have definitely long taught me. Lu'er was still that considerate girl, afraid that Yi Yuan would misunderstand Yi Hang because of this. Yi Yuan put down Lu'er's hand and smiled. My silly Lu'er, you're overthinking. Of course, father wouldn't lie to you. But even he has times where he miscalculated. Lu'er, tell young master, do you want to learn martial arts? Of course, Lu'er replied without thinking. That's good. From tomorrow onwards, you will learn martial arts together with me. I will impart to you a technique. With your talent, this tiny state of Qin can't confine you, said Yi Yuan with an encouraging expression. Young master, is what you said true? Upon hearing this, Lu'er was overjoyed. But without waiting for Yi Yuan's reply, she quickly became dejected again. Young master, you don't have to comfort me. Old master is an alchemy grandmaster, yet even he said it was hopeless. How could I possibly learn martial arts? Although Lu'er really wants to, Lu'er doesn't want to die yet. Lu'er still wishes to accompany young master and take care of young master. Feeling touched in his heart, Yi Yuan reached out and lifted Lu'er's head and smiled. Why would young master lie to you? Your body's constant Tushin is indeed special. However, it isn't a 9 absolute meridian, but instead the extremely rare 9 divine link meridian. This sort of physique is not only able to cultivate, but even the cultivation speed would also be exceptionally fast. If large sects know about your physique, they would definitely fight to the point of bloodshed to see you over. Yi Hang's knowledge naturally could not be compared to Yi Yuan's. But it was also not that Yi Hang was wrong. In reality, Lu'er indeed possessed the 9 absolute meridian, but this 9 divine link meridian actually was a variant of the 9 absolute meridian. Furthermore, it was an extremely rare variant. The 9 absolute meridian that Yi Yuan knew was completely different from what Yi Hang knew. Having a 9 absolute meridian did not mean entirely rejecting all possibilities of cultivating, but instead, it meant this sort of constant Tushin was absolutely unique. Cultivation techniques and resources were extremely scarce in the lower realms. With the addition of inadequate information within the lower realms, it meant that no one had ever stepped onto the path of cultivation with a 9 absolute meridian. Without a matching cultivation technique, the 9 absolute meridian was indeed a deadly constant Tushin. Should such a physique appear in the divine realm, that person would definitely be fought over by major sects to join them. Coincidentally, a technique suitable for Lu'er to cultivate resides within Yi Yuan's memories. It was the cultivation technique of the divine realm's Spirit Snow Divine King. And this Spirit Snow Divine King had the exact same variant, the 9 divine link meridian physique. At this moment, Lu'er opened her eye wide in disbelief. Young master, was what you said is real? You are not lying to me? Of course not. The 9 divine link meridian is certainly extremely tough to cultivate with. But having a matching technique, the cultivation speed would instead surpass ordinary people. Later, I will impart to you a set of technique the heaven illusionary eyes soul. With how intelligent Luer is, you will definitely be more amazing than young master in the future, Yi Yuan said gently. After listening to this, Luer gave a playful smile. Luer isn't looking to be more powerful than young master. As long as Luer can stay beside young master, that would be good enough. In the past, young master was always bullied by other people. That's why Luer really wanted to learn martial arts to protect young master. However, I was afraid I would pass away after learning martial arts. That's why I never learned any. Upon learning how Luer's purpose of wanting to learn martial arts was actually for himself, Yi Yuan was truly at a loss for words. Yi Yuan told himself he must definitely become strong quickly. In his previous life, he could not protect the people closest to him. In this life now, he would absolutely not let his loved ones be harmed again. My obedient Luer. All right, the water is almost ready. You go out. Young master wants to take an herbal bath, said Yi Yuan. Luer asked with a face full of doubt. Young master, just go ahead and take a bath. Luer still has to tend the fire here. In the past, it had always been Luer attending to young master's bath. Why did you become shy about it today? Sweating heavily in his heart, Yi Yuan was really not used to letting a young girl attending to him while taking a bath. But he also knew that if inconsistencies appeared now, Luer might start to suspect him. Then, all right, Yi Yuan was feeling helpless. Hearing this, Luer was overjoyed and went to help Yi Yuan undress. Chapter 13, A Father and Son Talk. Chapter 13, A Father and Son Talk entering the herbal bath. Yi Yuan, who was feeling said tried to reorganize his feelings and then circulated essence energy to begin absorbing the medicinal efficacy of the water in order to purge the residual toxins left within his body. The medicinal herbs used for the herbal bath were all common Tier 1 and Tier 2 ingredients without any remarkable effects. But Yi Yuan was able to make good use of these lowly materials, extracting out the medicinal efficacy from these herbs to the utmost limit. To most people, the higher the level of the medicinal herbs, the more valuable and more significant the effects were. But in reality, that viewpoint was not worth a sh*t in Yi Yuan's eyes. Regardless whether it was cultivation or alchemy, foundation skills were the most vital. The stronger your foundation was, the higher you would go in the future. Likewise, vice versa. In his previous life, Qin Yunzi once spent over 10 years to bitterly study medicinal herbs and pills that were Tier 3 and below. Those years were not in vain, as his foundation skills in alchemy, Dao, became terrifyingly extensive. For him to become the youngest alchemy emperor, that over 10 years period were absolutely critical. In the divine realm, virtually no one could surpass him in terms of understanding medicinal properties. That was also the reason why he was hailed as the one from the younger generation most likely to become an alchemy god. Actually, even if Yi Yuan had the intention of using some high-tier ingredients at this moment, he was powerless to do so because his current strength was too weak. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not have taken only a single Tier 1 pill to challenge the Drunken Star Manor. That was the limit he could refine. Although he reckoned Wan Donghai was not able to resolve the heart-inch fisher poison, it was somewhat risky after all. If Wan Donghai really had a way to cure the poison, then it would be as if Yi Yuan had lifted a stone to smash his own feet. In fact, Wan Donghai had actually heard of the heart-inch fisher poison before, except that this sort of pill was too obscure. He had merely heard of it. Otherwise, the outcome of the incident would be hard to tell. Strength. Yi Yuan gave a deep sigh as he finished absorbing the medicinal efficacy of the herbal bath in the wooden tub. Right now, he urgently needed to raise his strength. Without strength, revenge, and whatnot were all empty talks. He would not even be able to protect his loved ones. With Yi Yuan's current condition, there was no need to mention Wan Donghai. Even if Wan Yuan had come, Yi Yuan would still not be his match. Yi Yuan believed that after today's incident, Wan Donghai would definitely view him as a thorn in his eyes. He would want to eliminate Yi Yuan as soon as possible. Furthermore, with Wan Donghai's temperament, He would not be resigned to letting the fragrant medicine pavilion continue to suppress him, and he would consider all means to counterattack. At that time, if he did not have sufficient strength, today's action would instead put greater pressure on his father. Young master, old master has already waited outside for quite some time. While Yi Yuan was engrossed in his imagination, Lu came in to report. Why didn't you say earlier that father came? It's just an herbal bath and not a closed-door life and death seclusion. If Yi Yuan guessed correctly, father came to warn him to be on the lookout for Wan Donghai's schemes. Yi Yuan was still very respectful towards this overprotective father. Even though it had only been 2 short days since he transmigrated, without a doubt, Yi Heng, Ren Hongling, and Lu already became Yi Yuan's fetters. Lu pouted her mouth and said with resentment, I wanted to come in and call for young master, but old master pulled me and didn't allow me to enter. What did I have done then? Sweating profusely, Yi Yuan quickly said, Good Lu young master was in the wrong. Young master apologizes to you. Don't be angry, all right? Hearing that, Lu broke into a smile. Lu isn't angry. Lu knows young master loves and respects old master. I treat him just like my biological father and respect him deeply like you do, so why would I be angry? Yi Yuan was relieved hearing her reply. Ha, then it's all right. Go outside and tell father to wait a moment. I will be out after wearing my clothes. Lu acknowledged his words and went out. Inside Yi Heng's study room, the father-son pair sat down closely and started talk. Yuan, what you did today really vented my frustrations. I reckon Wan Donghai, that old punk, is probably thoroughly livid at the moment, right? Ha 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 ha. It's been so many years, and yet it's the first time I've seen that old punk had to swallow such a grievance. How great! Yi Heng laughed out loud. Clearly, Wan Donghai bullied him rather harshly these past few years with how Yi Heng was laughing so cheerfully. Although Yi Heng could stand it, he had never felt this frustration being vented out like today. Even though he was not the one who went up to smack Wan Donghai's face, what was the difference between being smacked by his son and him? Seeing his father laugh merrily, Yi Yuan felt pleased. Father, it was all thanks to what master imparted to me in my dreams that I could make Wan Donghai, that old punk, suffered this grievance. I dare not claim any credit. Yi Heng waved his hands, dismissing Yi Yuan's words. No need to be so polite with your father. I'm thrilled that you possess your abilities today. But I still have to remind you once again, Wan Donghai, that old punk, is very insidious. Having suffered such a loss today, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Who knows if he will come up with some underhanded measures. I can still guarantee your safety at home, but once you go to the Danwu Academy, father's hands wouldn't be able to stretch that far. Yuan, how about you don't attend the Danwu Academy anymore, and just stay at home? Yi Yuan sighed in his heart. No wonder his predecessor was a good-for-nothing youth. Yi Heng's overprotectiveness of his child was too extreme. Yi Yuan had no intention of becoming a cage canary. The Danwu Academy was a place he had to go to. Father, I have to return to the Danwu Academy. Even if I stay at home, it is impossible to never leave home. I can hide for a while, but I can't hide for a lifetime. Furthermore, if I stay at home and never leave, this life would be wasted. Even if master teaches me skills, without contending with rivals and getting affirmation, I will never become an expert. Don't you agree? In Yi Yuan's eyes, Wan Donghai could not even be considered as an opponent. If he could not even make it past Wan Donghai, this hurdle, how would he slaughter his way back to the divine realm? Only by attending the Danwu Academy and competing with other geniuses of his generation that Yi Yuan can grow up faster. Moreover, having a high cultivation realm did not mean combat prowess will also be high. In the cultivation world, there are too many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Flowers in a greenhouse would never be fully mature. In his previous life, Qin Yunzi was a greenhouse flower. Although his cultivation realm was very high, his combat abilities were a complete mess, all because he experienced too few actual fights. In this life, being burdened with a blood feud, he naturally had to become ruthless with his own training. This, Yuan, does make sense. His father who was too protective. It's just that you have to be careful outside there no matter what. If you encounter any problems, don't be stubborn. Remember to come back and ask Father for assistance. Something like being poisoned to death, Father just doesn't want to witness it for the second time. Relax, Father. Since I didn't die in this disaster, in the future, no one will be able to bully me anymore. Yi Yuan unveiled a powerful self-confidence at this point. Yi Hang discovered that his son had really matured. Good, my good son, since when have the two of us feared anyone? Isn't it just Wandong Hai? In the future, Father will definitely have him under these feet. Influenced by Yi Yuan, Yi Hang felt his confidence swelled as well. Yi Yuan laughed silently in his heart. He was well aware of his father's standards. There might come a day where he could Serpa S. Wandong Hai, but there would be no way he could trample him under his feet. Of course, that was under the circumstance that Yi Yuan did not appear. With the current Yi Yuan, time was all it takes for Yi Hang to trample Wandong Hai underfoot. Just as Yi Yuan was about to leave, Yi Hang stopped him, asking with a curious face, "Oh right, what pill did you let that person eat today? To think it was so powerful. You were just at the first level essence Qi realm. How did you manage to refine such a high-tier pill?" Yi Yuan discovered that Yi Hang was also an alchemy fanatic. Upon encountering any alchemy problems, he would become extremely studious. Evidently, this question had troubled him the entire day. In his opinion, a poison pill that could render one Donghai helpless definitely had to be Tier 3 and above. But Yi Yuan was clearly just at first-level essence Qi realm. It was impossible to refine a Tier 2 pill with this cultivation realm, not to mention Tier 3 and above. Even if Yi Hang pulled his hair out over this paradox, he still could not understand why. Now that he finished the heart-to-heart talk with his son, he could not bear it any longer and shamelessly asked. Towards his own father, Yi Yuan naturally did not hide anything. Beaming, he said, "Father, that pill is called Heart Inch Fisher. It's not a high-tier pill, but merely a Tier 1 pill. With my current standards, refining this pill is already at the limit." Yi Hang's smile froze on his face. A Tier 1 pill? How is that possible? If these words did not come out from his son's mouth, Yi Hang would not believe it even if the person beat him to death. Tier 1 pill. Yi Hang swallowed hard and asked disbelievingly, "How could a Tier 1 pill be this amazing?" Yi Yuan took out a brush and paper and wrote down the pill formula for Heart Inch Fisher. He also included the refining method, as well as things to take note of, and then said it to Yi Hang. Yi Hang carefully received the pill formula, treating it just like a treasure. Yi Yuan knew he probably would not see his father for a few days. Chapter 14. Explosive Yuan Pill. Chapter 14. Explosive Yuan Pill. The next day, Yi Yuan went to the fragrant medicine pavilion again. Yi Yuan could distinctly feel a difference in the way the employees looked at him. After yesterday's event, everybody now looked at this super silk pants with admiration. Having enjoyed these looks too often in his past life, Yi Yuan naturally would not mind it too much. Today, he only came to the fragrant medicine pavilion to collect medicinal herbs. Right now, Yi Yuan desperately needed to raise his strength, and the fastest way to increase his strength was undoubtedly by taking pills as a stimulant. Putting aside the ability of an alchemy emperor and not utilizing it, would that not make Yi Yuan a fool? There were countless pill formulas inside Yi Yuan's mind, but the medicinal pills he could refine at the moment were too few. He was only able to refine Tier 1 medicinal pills, and that was only by using his powerful soul as support. Otherwise, with his first-level essence Qi realm cultivation, he would not even be able to refine out medicinal dregs. Using an entire night to search for Tier 1 medicinal pills as memories, Yi Yuan still felt that among all the pills, a type of high-grade Tier 1 pill called Explosive Yuan Pill was the most suitable for him. Explosive Yuan Pill, as the name suggested, was a medicinal pill that explosively increased essence energy. Tier 1 pills, which could increase essence energy to aid cultivation and currently was circulating in the market, was the Essence Qi pill. It was suitable for Essence Qi realm martial artists. However, ordinary martial artists could not even consume medicinal pills of such quality. instead increasing their strength by going through great pains to bitterly cultivate essence energy by themselves. A single essence chi pill could save a martial artist several months of intense cultivation. If one could use essence chi pill to cultivate, then reaching the 9th level essence chi realm was only a matter of time. However, people who could expend essence chi pills in such a manner were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. Only the imperial family and the descendants of major Blee families could afford to do so. Yi Yuan naturally could afford it. But to him, essence chi pill was too weak, completely unable to achieve the effect he desired. Although an essence chi pill was good, the effects would be severely reduced from overconsumption. His predecessor actually ate a lot of essence chi pills, but he did not refine the medicinal effects of the essence chi pills entirely at all, leading to a considerable amount of essence energy dissipated from his body. As a result, essence chi pill already did not have much of an effect on Yi Yuan. But the explosive Yuan pill was an upgraded version of the essence chi pill, with several times the medicinal effects of the latter. It was naturally the most appropriate choice for Yi Yuan to use in order to raise his strength. Of course, Yi Yuan had even more amazing pill formulas. It was just those pill formulas were either too high tier or their medicinal effects were too powerful, making it unsuitable for the current Yi Yuan. Refining those pills after Yi Yuan's strength improved would only be a matter of course. Young master, are you also here today to get medicines? The shopkeeper saw Yi Yuan walking in and immediately greeted him with a smile, as if he were a different person than he was yesterday. Yi Yuan did not point it out, but simply replied with a smile, "Yes. These are the medicinal herbs I require. Help me prepare 3 sets of each medicinal herb." Yi Yuan handed the shopkeeper a prescription list as he spoke. Written on it were the names of medicinal herbs that the explosive Yuan pill requires. Even though explosive Yuan pill was much more precious than essence chi pill, the herbs used were only tier 1 medicinal herbs and were available for purchase at any ordinary shop. As the largest medicinal herb business within the capital, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion naturally had the goods. The shopkeeper swept a look over Yi Yuan's prescription and started to frown. Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Why? Anything wrong?" "Young master, the medicinal herbs listed on this prescription, everything is fine except for this 6-leaf GRA. The shopkeeper revealed a difficult expression. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan was even more surprised. According to what I know, even though this 6-leaf GRA is a little rare, it is still a commonly seen medicinal herb. It can't be that our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is unable to produce 3 portions of it." The shopkeeper gave a bitter laugh and said, "Young master, of course, we have 6-leaf GRA, but we normally wouldn't stock up too much of such medicinal herbs, with precisely just 3 portions all inside the storeroom. Unfortunately, all 3 portions of 6-leaf GRA were reserved by someone yesterday, with the deposit already paid." At this point, the shopkeeper snuck a look to Yi Yuan, terrified that the latter would fly into a rage. This little ancestor was not someone that could be easily dealt with. If he were dissatisfied, he might just raise such a fearful din which can cause fowls and dogs having no peace. Yi Yuan's performance yesterday was very eye-catching. Rivers and mountains might change, but it was hard to alter a man's nature. D knows if he might lose his temper because of this. Seeing Yi Yuan remained unperturbed, the shopkeeper finally relaxed, thinking to himself, could this little ancestor really have changed his personality? Who reserved the medicine? A youth about the same age as young master. Furthermore, he needed it very urgently. The shopkeeper replied with trepidation. Nodding his head, Yi Yuan said, "What time did he say he will come to collect the medicine? I wish to have a chat with him." Hearing this, the shopkeeper jumped in fright, thinking that Yi Yuan wanted to force people to cancel the reservation. Once something like this was done, it would be extremely detrimental to the reputation of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Seeing through his concerns, Yi Yuan assured him and said, "Relax, I won't mess around." The shopkeeper right now could not tell if this little ancestor really changed his personality or not, but seeing that Yi Yuan had no intention of leaving, it looks like he was ill bent on getting those 3 stalks of 6-leaf GRA. Yes. He said he will come to collect it early in the morning. With how anxious he was, most likely he's about to arrive. Feeling helpless, the shopkeeper could only tell the truth. All right, then I will wait for him here. Yi Yuan found a place to sit down quietly, closing his eyes to meditate while ignoring the perturbed shopkeeper. The shopkeeper gave a sigh and just let Yi Yuan be, praying that this little ancestor would not cause any trouble. It was not that he was worried about Yi Yuan, but it was just that in the past Yi Yuan had left way too strong of an impression on everyone. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Yuan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly heard an urgent-sounding voice. Shopkeeper, I'm here to collect the 6-leaf GRA. S I reserved yesterday. The shopkeeper once again revealed a difficult expression. The person was a youth around the age of 15 or 16 years old. Upon seeing the shopkeeper's expressions, he exclaimed anxiously, Shopkeeper, we agreed on it yesterday, and you even took the deposit. You can't go back on your words. We naturally wouldn't go back on our words after collecting a deposit. It's just that I wanted to ask this brother, what's your purpose for buying this 6-leaf GRA? SS. The one who spoke was naturally Yi Yuan, turning his head around only to see a youth around the same age as him. Dressed in silk clothing, he naturally did not have a good reaction. What does it have to do with you? The shopkeeper jumped in fright. To dare to provoke this little ancestor. Is this youth tired of living? Just as he was about to speak up, he was stopped by the expression in Yi Yuan's eyes. Beaming, Yi Yuan said, Of course it's none of my business. I was just curious, why did you buy medicinal herbs instead of finished product? Could it be that you wanted to refine them yourself? There are 3 types of Tier 1 pills, which require the 6-leaf GRA. S to refine, so let me make a guess. The first one is the heavenly spiritual pill, a pill meant for impacting through the spirit condensation realm. You're only at the 4th level essence chi realm, so it's most likely not this sort of pill. The second type is the pure heart pill, a pill used to maintain clarity of the mind and to chase away heart demons. It is suitable for use when salting bottlenecks. Looking at how you're not at a bottleneck, it's most likely not this pill. There's still one more type called the Great Returning Pill, a sacred Tier 1 healing medicine. Looking at how anxious you are, could it be that a loved one was badly injured and this person requires this particular pill to save his life? The youth's jaw dropped, looking at Yi Yuan with shock. He was shocked by Yi Yuan's profound medicinal knowledge, but even more astonished by Yi Yuan's torch-like eyes. Yi Yuan's lysis was as if he saw it with his own eyes, and the truth was precisely what Yi Yuan had said. Chapter 15, Discerning Medicine. Chapter 15, Discerning Medicine. The youth was called Tang Yu and was at the same Dan Wu Academy as Yi Yuan. But the difference was that Yi Yuan got in through connections, while Tang Yu relied on his own abilities to get into the Dan Wu Academy. In reality, the majority of the geniuses at the Dan Wu Academy were from belief families. Only a very small number of these geniuses came from ordinary backgrounds. Belief families had the advantage in terms of resources which the SES did not, a disparity that no amount of hard work could change. Geniuses with ordinary backgrounds already lost from the starting line. Techniques, medicinal pills, and money. The ability possessed the advantages that commoners could never attain even if they work hard their entire lives. That was the advantage ACCU, Mulat, after generations. Tang Yu being able to enter the Dan Wu Academy as a commoner said a lot by itself. Being at the 4th level essence chi realm at his age was not considered outstanding, but he indeed was not mediocre. From the 3rd level to the 4th level, there was quite a hurdle. Being able to cross that hurdle without depending on piles of resources showed that Tang Yu was very talented in the martial path. Naturally, there was no lack of personal hard work on Tang Yu's part to have the strength he possessed today, as well as having entered the Dan Wu Academy. However, his father's support was not to be overlooked. Tang Yu's father was called Tang Zhonghuai, an experienced demonic beast hunter. These few years, Tang Zhonghuai braved untold dangers in the endless forest, all for the sake of a better future for his son. But eventually, a person would encounter ghosts if he walked around too often at night. This time around, Tang Zhonghuai encountered a mighty demonic beast in the endless forest. Despite having narrowly escaped death, he suffered grievous injuries. Tang Yu was a sensible child. He saw with his own eyes the countless injuries that his father suffered all these years. Hence, as he pursued martial Tao, he also aspired to become an alchemist. Also, he could help to treat his father's injuries whenever necessary. If it was not for the time wasted on the alchemy path, it was possible Tang Yu's accomplishments would be far beyond what it was today. However, being an alchemist was a profession which burned a lot of money, something that Tang Yu frankly could not support. Before entering the Danwu Academy, he had spent a considerable amount of time to understand theoretical knowledge, but his practical experience was nearly zero. Only after entering the Danwu Academy did he really have the chance to practice refining pills. Even so, what he learned was very shallow. In order to support Tang Yu to learn martial arts these past few years, Tang Zhonghuai already depleted the household savings. This meant that Tang Yu could no longer afford the cost of a completed Tier 1 medicinal pill anymore. But Tang Yu could not just watch his father die in front of him like this. So he decided to take the final plunge and attempt to refine a great returning pill. Tang Yu had never spoken to outsiders about his family's matters before, yet he spilled out everything in front of Yi Yuan. Furthermore, this youth in front of him looked to be around the same age as him. Yet his accomplishments in the alchemy path were way above his. If this person was willing to help him refine the great returning pill. Thinking up to this point, Tang Yu put aside his initially indifferent attitude, cupped his hands toward Yi Yuan, and he said sincerely, "This brother, I was being apprehensive. If I'd offended you just now with my words, I apologize for that." Yi Yuan knew his words took effect, so he smiled and waved his hands. "Since it's for saving a life, you don't have to be courteous, brother." Briefly hesitating, Tang Yu asked, "Judging from the way you talked, could it be that you also have an interest in this six-leaf GRASS? Tang Yu was an intelligent man. From the words just now, he already guessed that Yi Yuan seemed to have an interest on this six-leaf GRASS, which was why his tone initially was rude. Yi Yuan did not hide this and said with a smile, "That's right. I have great use for these 3 stalks of six-leaf GRASS, but I also know that you, brother, needed to save someone. I don't know if you trust me enough to bring me to see the patient, but perhaps I could be of some assistance?" If Yi Yuan said this right away after they met, Tang Yu would naturally have snorted in derision. However, Yi Yuan's words just now truly stunned him, letting him know their differences in skill. He could not help but to reconsider it. In reality, Tang Yu did not have much assurance about Tang Zhonghuai's injuries and was even less sure about refining the great returning pill. Heine, the reason why he bought all 3 stalks of six-leaf GRASS in preparation for failure. Father's injuries cannot be delayed any longer. Tang Yu hesitated for a moment and then made a firm decision. Cupping his hands toward Yi Yuan, he said, "Then I will have to trouble you. How do I address you, brother?" "My humble surname, Yi, with a single character given name, Yuan." Yi Yuan answered directly without hiding anything. Yi Yuan. Tang Yu ruminated on this name, thinking it was somewhat familiar and wondering where he had heard it before. When the shopkeeper standing by the side heard how the young master talked to the youth, he could not help but developed a better impression of Yi Yuan. However, when Yi Yuan reported his name, the shopkeeper shouted in his mind, "Not good." The name Yi Yuan was too thunderous within the capital. As expected, Tang Yu thought for a moment before connecting it to the fragrant medicine pavilion, and he came to a sudden realization where he heard that name before. You were at the last place in the ranking at the Danwu Academy, the one who is always first at the bottom in every subject? That's Super Silk Pants Yi Yuan?" Tang Yu blurted out. Yi Yuan secretly sighed. He did not know if his predecessor lived a successful life or a failed one, to have made such a name for himself. "That's right. I'm that Yi Yuan. But you shouldn't reject me in such a hurry first. If I'm guessing correctly, you have no confidence in refining the great returning pill yourself. Am I right? That, Yi Yuan's words sent a chill down Tang Yu's spine. How about this? Bring me over to have a look first. If I can't resolve the issue, I will let my father personally take action and help you to refine a great returning pill. How about that? Yi Yuan offered, striking the iron while it was hot. The instant Yi Yuan brought up his father, Tang Yu's eyes lit up immediately. If Yi Hang would really take action personally, then his father's injuries would definitely be under control. Is this true? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, we can write a contract. Tang Yu felt that it was not very nice to be this untrusting of others, but with his father's life at stake, he honestly could not care that much any longer. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's distinguished reputation, he really did not dare take the risk. If his father could be saved, then he would apologize to young Master Yi then. Having made his decision, Tang Yu cupped his hands and said, "Then I will have to trouble young Master Yi." Waving his hands, Yi Yuan said lightly, "You're welcome. Shopkeeper, help me draft the contract." The shopkeeper naturally did not dare to delay. He quickly took a brush and a paper to draft out the contract. Only when Yi Yuan signed his name on it did Tang Yu finally relaxed. Looking at the back view of the two who were already far away, the shopkeeper felt what happened was somewhat unreal. He knew better than anyone that in the past, Yi Yuan would definitely not be this easy to talk to, unless he really did mature after surviving a calamity. Every inch of land in the capital was like an inch of gold. Even though demonic beast hunters generally had much higher income than the average person, Tang Zhonghuai still could not afford an excessively large house, let alone supporting his son to practice martial arts. This was a very ordinary house for commoners which looked gloomy inside. The moment Yi Yuan stepped inside the house, a wave of medicinal smell wafted out. Tranquil heart lotus, red pine nuts, golden flower fruit. All of these medicinal herbs are meant for entry-level medicinal pills. It looks like Brother Tang is still practicing refining Tier 1 pills. It's just that this great returning pill is a high-grade Tier 1. With Brother Tang's current standards, I'm afraid even if you used all 3 stalks of 6-leaf GRAS, you wouldn't be able to refine it, right? Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit courteous with his words. Drawing blood with a single P-R-I-C-K, he exposed Tang Yu's standards. Tang Yu could not even imagine how great Yi Yuan's skill was. Relying on his nose and sniffing just once, Yi Yuan managed to completely determine Tang Yu's ability. Although they were around the same age, in front of Yi Yuan, Tang Yu felt as if he was just like a child stumbling while learning how to walk. Yi Yuan also intentionally revealed some abilities so that Tang Yu would not look down on him. He did not have any choice since his predecessor was such a piece of work. He had no alternative but to show off a little. Being talked to in such a way by Yi Yuan did not anger Tang Yu, but instead, it startled him. They just stepped into the entrance, but the medicinal herbs were placed deep within the house. Yi Yuan could not possibly see them, yet he could rely purely on his nose to discern the medicinal herbs without missing a single one. What kind of comprehension in alchemy, Dao, was needed to do that? Most likely, even the instructors in the academy did not have such abilities. Chapter 16. Provoking with Words. Chapter 16. Provoking with Words. To think Brother Yi is so well-read, to have such a level of attainment towards the alchemy path. Tang Yu carelessly believed the rumors, and as a result, affronted Brother Yi. I am ashamed. With just Yi Yuan's words, Tang Yu realized this person definitely had an undeserved reputation, and he quickly apologized. Yi Yuan silently praised him. This Tang Yu came from a poor background, yet he was frank and forthright, a friend worth making. On the way here, Tang Yu recounted about his household. Only then did Yi Yuan know this Tang Yu was actually a student from the Danwu Academy. No wonder Tang Yu knew he was at the last place in the ranking. With a smile, Yi Yuan said, "No need for that, Brother Tang. My previous reputation was indeed horrendous, so Brother Tang can't be blamed. As for my attainments in the alchemy path, it isn't really that high. It's just that when I was young, my father forced me to learn some of these medicinal herbs, so I ended up recognizing a few of them. At this point, Tang Yu no longer dared to underestimate Yi Yuan. He quickly said, "Brother Yi is too humble. Please come in." As Tang Yu led Yi Yuan into the house, a series of faint and weak coughing sound came from someone lying on a bed. Needless to say, the person was Tang Yu's father, Tang Zhonghuai. "You are, cough. Are you, cough back?" Tang Zhonghuai's condition did not seem to be very optimistic, coughing so severely just by saying something, and even struggling just to sit up straight. Tang Yu looked at this scene and quickly went up to support Tang Zhonghuai. "Father, I already told you not to move about." "Ha, cough. This time around, cough. Father probably isn't going to make it. In the future, you have to, cough, take good care of yourself." Clearly, Tang Zhonghuai already harbored the intention to die. Tang Yu's tears immediately spilled out, and he said with a choking voice, "Father, don't speak anymore. I will definitely cure you. I already brought back the 6-leaf GRA. SS. I will go and refine the great returning pill right away." Tang Yu was about to get up when he was grabbed by Tang Zhonghuai. "No need. Cough. It is useless." It was not that the great returning pill was actually useless, but rather, Tang Zhonghuai knew that it was not possible for his son to refine the great returning pill. Instead of wasting the medicinal herbs, he might as well leave it for his son. Cough. You are to cough. To think there's a guest. Why didn't you invite him in to have a seat? Only now did Tang Zhonghuai notice someone else was standing at the entrance of the room. Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, Tang Yu immediately perked up and turned to Yi Yuan. "Brother Yi, I beg of you, please save my father. As long as you can cure him, I would be willing to slog like a horse for you throughout my lifetime." Even though Tang Yu's background was not that good, it was clear that he was a person with an air of pride. To be able to say such words showed how deep the relations HI plus P between the father and son pair was. Judging others by oneself, even the most delicate string lying within the deepest parts of Yi Yuan's heart was strummed. "You and I can be considered to have hit it off as brothers. Why did you have to say something like toiling for me akin to a horse? Quickly, let Uncle lie down. I will do a diagnosis." Tang Yu made S.P.A.C. for Yi Yuan, who did not bother with courteousness and sat directly on the bed. Right when Yi Yuan was about to grab Tang Zhonghuai's wrists, who knew the latter would pull away. "No need for it. This little brother." "Thank you, father." Seeing his father like this immediately made Tang Yu anxious. Yi Yuan knew that Tang Zhonghuai wanted to avoid causing trouble for his son. Hence, he was bent on dying. Of course, a part of the reason was that Yi Yuan was too young. He did not believe Yi Yuan could do anything. Yi Yuan did not get angry. Signaling with his hands to stop Tang Yu, he asked, "Uncle, if I didn't guess it wrong, you were injured by a giant winged rhinoceros, right?" Hearing that, Tang Yu instantly became agitated. "What a great judgment, Brother Yi, to have guessed it at a glance." Tang Zhonghuai remained unmoved. Coughing several times, he said disjointedly, "It's you who told you, right? Don't bother. Father, I really did not tell Brother Yi. He figured it out on his own." Looking at how his father was bent on dying, Tang Yu's heart was torn with anxiety. Looking at this situation, Yi Yuan started frowning. To treat a person, firstly, he had to address the patient's heart. Tang Zhonghuai himself did not want to live anymore. Even if he let Tang Zhonghuai eat a miraculous panacea, it might not be able to save him. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, he could indeed see that Tang Zhonghuai was heavily injured, and most likely he would not outlive the night to see the next day. If things continued delaying like this, then even if he became an alchemy emperor once more, he would not be able to save Tang Zhonghuai. Even his current condition was not something that a great returning pill could treat. Yi Yuan decided to give a dose of fierce medicine. "Forget it, Brother Tang. What's the point of saving such a heartless person? Since he wants to die, then let him die." Tang Yu could not catch on of Yi Yuan's real intention. But seeing Yi Yuan demeaned his father like that, he suddenly was in a rage. "Yi Yuan, what are you saying? My father got injured all because for my sake. How can you call them a heartless person? Cough. Such an immature. goading technique, is useless. Tang Yu might not be able to realize it, but how could an experienced old man like Tang Zhonghuai not tell? Yi Yuan naturally did not think that it would succeed so easily. With a cold smile, he then said, "Is that so? Then just treat it as a goading technique. In the future, when Brother Tang dies on the streets and goes to the underworld to blame you, let's see how you respond then." A ripple finally appeared in Tang Zhonghuai's placid emotions. Turning around, he said, "What do you mean by that? Didn't you said it's a goading technique? Why bother asking so much then? I was taking into account of Brother Tang's filial piety. That's why I agreed to save you. But to think that his filial piety wasn't appreciated at all. It's fine to not save you then. Farewell." After saying this, Yi Yuan then just turned around and walked away. "Hold on." Tang Zhonghuai and Tang Yu called out in unison. "Is there anything else, uncle?" Yi Yuan ignored Tang Yu and asked Tang Zhonghuai coldly, "I would like to know what a little brother meant by what you said just now. Saying how Tang Yu would die on the streets really triggered him. You are just someone who's about to die. What's the point of knowing so much? To not even care about your own son's life and death, only caring about your own death. If you aren't heartless, then what are you?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly. As long as this little brother clarifies things, I'm willing to be treated." Seemingly speaking too much, Tang Zhonghuai's coughing became even more intense. Yet Yi Yuan maintained that look of disdain. Smiling coldly, he said, "Do you think that after Tang Yu enters the Danwu Academy, his future would be boundless? Isn't that the case?" Tang Zhonghuai asked doubtfully. "Of course not. The Danwu Academy is not the holy land you imagined. On the contrary, it's an abnormally cruel place. Of course, I believe Brother Tang has never mentioned this to you before. Am I right?" Yi Yuan questioned him while looking towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu revealed an embarrassed expression, yet he still nodded his head, which was considered tacitly agreeing. Tang Zhonghuai was quite familiar with his own son, so he naturally knew that he was not lying. His heart could not help but tighten. Yi Yuan continued saying, "The Danwu Academy is indeed a place where geniuses congregate, but it's also where the one time is the most intense. Possibly it is even crueler than the outside world. The birth of a genius often requires stepping on the bones of other geniuses. Although Brother Tang's talent isn't bad, it isn't exceedingly good. Furthermore, he is just a commoner. Without the support of Ma's Civ resources, he is destined to be the stepping stone for other people. In the future, when he's eliminated, even if he survived, he can at most make a living by becoming a demonic beast hunter. There are no small numbers of people like that within the Danwu Academy. How many demonic beast hunters do you think could possibly lead a safe and secure life?" As a demonic beast hunter himself, Tang Zhonghuai naturally understood the circumstances of demonic beast hunters. Thinking of how his own son would possibly follow in his footsteps, Tang Zhonghuai felt like even if he died, he would not have died peacefully. "The little brother just now was my fault. Can I trouble you to treat my injuries? I'm willing to pay any price." Initially, Tang Zhonghuai was not willing to cause any trouble for his son. However, after discovering that his son might get into even more trouble after he set away, this meant that no matter what, he cannot die. Chapter 17. Trust and Choice. Chapter 17. Trust and Choice. "Brother Yi, how are my father's injuries?" Tang Yu asked uneasily. Tang Yu was an amateur who did not have much confidence in his diagnosis. Now that Yi Yuan displayed a standard in the alchemy path that was way above his, he naturally entrusted all of his hopes on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows, making Tang Yu's heart sink fiercely at once. A giant wind rhinoceros is abnormally strong and extremely fast. Uncle is already considered lucky to have escaped alive from it. His injuries are severe. A lobe of his lung is already in tatters, and his heart is also leaning towards failure. His life is in danger at any moment. Yi Yuan's expression was somber. Tang Yu's heart gradually hit rock bottom along with Yi Yuan's words. Instead, it was Tang Zhonghuai whose face had the serenity of someone who saw past life and death. He was obviously aware of how severe his injuries were, which was why he was so decisive just now. Hearing Yi Yuan's diagnosis only confirmed his speculations. "Brother Yi, don't tell me." Tang Yu did not dare to complete his sentence. Yi Yuan could feel the despair in his heart just from these few words. However, Yi Yuan did not answer Tang Yu's question. Instead, he locked his brows together, as if he was pondering on a problem. For some time, the house was eerily silent. Tang Yu could not tolerate the torture anymore. Plucking up his courage, he asked Yi Yuan, "Brother Yi, I know it's a little presumptuous, but can you request your father to take action?" Lifting his head up to look at Tang Yu, Yi Yuan looked calm, but he remained silent. Tang Yu felt a little self-conscious by Yi Yuan's stare and said awkwardly, "Sorry, Brother Yi. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I know what you meant by that. Regardless whether you believe it or not, it's useless, even if my father came. Not only that, even if it's Wan Donghai or even Wu Daofeng who came, it wouldn't help," Yi Yuan said firmly. Wu Daofeng, whom Yi Yuan had named, was the chairman of the state of Qin's Alchemists Association. In the entire state of Qin, the one with the highest accomplishments in the alchemy Dao was neither Wan Donghai nor Yi Heng, much less the imperial uncle from the imperial family. It was this Lord Chairman Wu Daofeng. Now that Yi Yuan said even he would not do, it was basically the same as sentencing Tang Zhonghuai to death. Except these words had a hint of quibble in Tang Yu's ears. If it were regarding other matters, he naturally would not argue about it. But right now, Yi Yuan was sentencing his father to death right in front of him. How could he not have doubts? Who was Yi Yuan anyway? Merely his silk pants. "Brother Yi, let Mr. Yi finish his words." Tang Zhonghuai interrupted Tang Yu halfway. Tang Yu was a little stunned. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I just said that they won't do. But this doesn't mean that Uncle's situation is hopeless." Tang Yu was elated after hearing this. Grabbing Yi Yuan, he said, "Does Brother Yi has a plan?" "The plan actually lies with you, Brother Tang." "Me?" Tang Yu was befuddled by Yi Yuan's words. In reality, Yi Yuan did not know how to initiate his request, which was why he took a very roundabout way. Nodding his head, Yi Yuan said, "Brother Tang is also aware that my past reputation isn't that great. I wonder if Brother Tang can trust me." At this moment, Tang Yu came to a realization. As a smart man, if he still could not understand Yi Yuan's intention hidden in his words, then he would be a fool. "Does Brother Yi mean the six-leaf GRASS?" Tang Yu asked hesitatingly. "That's right." Yi Yuan did not deny it and directly acknowledged this. In reality, there were differences in the way the Divine Realm and the lower realms ranked their medicines. Although a Tier 1 pill in the Divine Realm was also categorized into levels of high, middle, and low, the so-called high-level pills that the state of Qin had to offer were merely low-level pills when placed in the Divine Realm. The variety and quality of the pill formulas in the Divine Realm were not something which a lower realm's mortal country could compare to. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to refine a high-level Tier 1 pill with his strength. His essence energy could not even support the refinement of a high-level Tier 1 pill. The only reason why he could refine it was that he used to be an alchemy emperor. He was only able to refine medicines that Serpa said his strength with his pitiful amount of essence energy by meticulously controlling the distribution of essence energy to a terrifying degree. Yet these so-called high-level Tier 1 pills were merely some unwanted low-level pills in Yi Yuan's eyes. However, high-level Tier 1 pills from the lower realms were no longer sufficient to treat Tang Zhonghuai's injuries. Middle-level Tier 1 pills from the Divine Realm were necessary. But Yi Yuan's current strength was way too low at the moment, making it impossible to refine pills of such a grade. Hence, he was giving Tang Yu an option. If Tang Yu chose not to believe in him, then his fate with Tang Yu would end here. There would be nothing he could do for Tang Zhonghuai's injuries. How can I do that? What if? Tang Yu became quite fluid tiered. Subconsciously, Tang Yu felt that Yi Yuan was trustworthy. However, when facing the grim reality, Tang Yu really did not know what he should do. His idea was that if Yi Yuan really could not save his father, then he had the great returning pill as his last hope. Brother Yi, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just, Tang Yu did not know how to word it. Give it to him. At that moment, the silent Tang Zhonghuai said with a weak voice. Turning over and meeting his father's gaze, Tang Yu and his father exchanged a great deal of information from each other's eyes. Finally, gritting his teeth tightly, Tang Yu said the box containing the 6-leaf GRAS over to Yi Yuan and said, Brother Yi, please. Yi Yuan did not decline and received the box calmly. He then said, Give me a day. I will be here promptly at this time tomorrow. However, Uncle's injuries are not very stable at the moment. If I don't deal with it, it would be hard to endure until tomorrow. Let me carry out a set of needle technique on him to stabilize his condition to prevent it from worsening. Tang Yu made a welcoming gesture and said, I will have to trouble Brother Yi then. Yi Yuan naturally did not carry golden needles on him, so he returned to the fragrant medicine pavilion to retrieve the needles. After Yi Yuan left, Tang Yu asked his father uneasily, Father, I know that Brother Yi is a man of genuine skill and knowledge, but his previous reputation is really dreadful. I still feel that this is a gamble. After a bout of violent coughing, Tang Zhonghuai gave a strained smile and said, How can I not understand my own injuries? What Brother Yi said was right. Even if Wu Daofeng came, it would be futile. Even if it was a gamble, there is nothing that we can't afford to lose. Father, is it truly so serious? Clearly, Tang Yu never thought that his father's injuries had already worsened to such an extent. Tang Zhonghuai simply shook his head and said, That boy does not belong in a shallow pond. No matter the result in the future, get closer to him. Tang Yu did not expect his father to have such a high evaluation of Yi Yuan. However, his own bias toward Yi Yuan had been cast beyond the 9th layer of clouds ever since stepping into this house. Nodding his head, Tang Yu said, Father, don't worry. I, your son, am not an ungrateful person. As long as Brother Yi treats Father with all his might, this life of mine can be considered sold to him. Chapter 18. Increasing Strength. Chapter 18. Increasing strength. Watching Yi Yuan's acupuncture skill and movement flowing naturally like water, Tang Yu became even more confident. At this moment, he discovered that Yi Yuan was utterly not worthless like the rumor suggested. Father, how are you? Do you feel better? After the acupuncture session was over, Tang Yu asked anxiously. Presently, Tang Zhonghuai's face color was a lot rosier, and his coughing was not as violent as before. Mr. Yi is indeed skillful. Right now I feel that my entire body is a lot more relaxed. Even though he was still out of breath when talking, it was much better compared to previously. This needle technique of Yi Yuan naturally was not something ordinary, but a pinnacle needle technique which was self-created. Yi Yuan named it the 72 Paths Great Cycle Acupuncture. This set of needle technique once stirred up the divine realm, and it possessed unfathomable capabilities. Of course, with his current realm, he simply could not unleash the power of this needle technique. It could only control Tang Zhonghuai's condition a little right now. This acupuncture can only alleviate the symptoms, but it cannot treat the root of the problem. Tomorrow, I will send the medicinal pill over. There's no time to waste. I will return first. Finus. H.I. Plussing his words, Yi Yuan immediately bade farewell and left. Yi Yuan went to the fragrant medicine pavilion to retrieve the medicinal herbs for refining the exploding Yuan pill and directly entered the pill refinement room together with the 3 stalks of 6-leaf GRAS. Exploding Yuan pill was only a low-level tier 1 medicinal pill in the divine realm, perfect for the current Yi Yuan to refine. He even had better tier 1 medicinal pills for increasing strength, but currently he was unable to refine them. Once his strength increased, he would naturally be able to refine higher-level medicinal pills of the same tier. To Yi Yuan, The refinement method for the exploding yuan pill was very simple. After 6 hours, Yi Yuan brought a few medicine bottles with him out of the pill refinement room. Next was naturally a closed-door seclusion training. He found a quiet chamber and informed the servants to not disturb him, and started his meditation. Looking at the row of pill bottles in front of his eyes, Yi Yuan frowned lightly. He was very discontented with this round of pill refinement. 3 sets of ingredients, yet he only managed to refine 26 exploding yuan pills. Among the pills were 15 middle-grade exploding yuan pills, 8 high-grade exploding yuan pills, and only 3 superior-grade exploding yuan pills. Medicinal pills were divided into several grades: low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, superior-grade, and transcendent grade. If it were in the past, and Yi Yuan refined these sort of lowly medicinal pills, in this case, the low-level Tier 1 exploding yuan pill, the lowest grade would at least be of superior grade. And yet today, he could only refine out a bunch of trash. This was obviously something he was not accustomed to. If the few alchemy grandmasters in the state of Qin were to hear Yi Yuan's thoughts, they would definitely find a hole in the ground to crawl into. If they were to refine the exploding yuan pill, they would express thanks to the heaven and earth if there was one superior grade medicinal pill. Now, Yi Yuan refined 3 of them, and he still was not satisfied. Superior grade medicinal pills, to them, were something that could only be encountered by luck and not by attempting to refine it. Only sometimes when they were lucky could they manage to refine it. Yi Yuan let out a sigh. He knew that this was not something that could be helped. After all, this body had never refined medicinal pills before, so his skill was still lacking. The most important thing was still that his strength was too weak. 1 portion of essence energy had to be split into 3 to be used. Naturally, he could not refine high-level pills. Holding the bottle containing the superior grade exploding yuan pills, Yi Yuan took one out and immediately swallowed it. The instant the pill reached his abdomen, it immediately transformed into gushes of essence energy which swept outwards. The surging essence energy repeatedly gushed through all the meridians in Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan did not dare to delay, and he immediately cultivated the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art to direct the chaotic essence energy to flow along the meridians properly. The initially violent essence energy immediately became extremely subservient under the guidance of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. After essence energy fully circulated through Yi Yuan's body, it finally converged within his dantian. After tempering using the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, the initially somewhat chaotic essence energy became incomparably stable. The Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was divided into 3 chapters of mortal, earth, and heaven. Right now, Yi Yuan was cultivating the early part of the mortal chapter. The mortal chapter was further divided into 3 sections, and each section had an accompanying martial technique. That was also a strong point of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. A martial technique dedicated to the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art had unmatched power. The Spirit Bristle Divine King was invincible in the divine realm because he had mastered the final martial technique in the heaven chapter of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. This martial technique was called the 9 Suns Burning Heaven. The moment this martial technique was unleashed, a radius of several thousand miles would burn into nothingness. It was immensely terrifying. The supporting martial technique for the first section of the mortal chapter was named the Absolute Yang Finger. It unleashed essence energy from the fingertips, and after mastering to the large success stage, it could smash rocks and break metal, having an extremely high attacking power. After 4 hours, the medicinal efficacy was fully absorbed by Yi Yuan after cultivating with the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Yi Yuan felt the essence energy in his body was lacking just by a bit more before he could step into the 2nd level essence Qi realm. Without any hesitation, Yi Yuan threw the 2nd superior grade exploding yuan pill into his mouth and continued to temper the essence energy in his dantian. Another 4 hours passed, said, and Yi Yuan then swallowed the third pill. After Yi Yuan finished taking all the superior-grade exploding yuan pills, he continued to consume the high-grade exploding yuan pills. But the effects were much more inferior compared to the superior-grade exploding yuan pills. Furthermore, with the increasing consumption of exploding yuan pill, the medicinal effects would become less efficacious for Yi Yuan. When dawn was about to break, Yi Yuan felt his entire body's meridians and dantian slightly swelled, and he was in pain. He knew that the maximum amount of essence energy he could absorb had been reached. If he continued, his body would explode, and he would die. Once again, checking his body's essence energy, it had actually reached the peak of the third-level essence chi realm. Just a little more needed before stepping into the fourth-level essence chi realm. Right now, Yi Yuan had already exhausted 3 superior-grade exploding yuan pills, as well as 6 high-grade exploding yuan pills. It cannot be said that it was not extravagant. From a third-level essence chi realm to the fourth-level essence chi realm, there was a small bottleneck. In a mortal country like the state of Qin, many people were stuck at this bottleneck, and some might even never broke through it during their lifetime. But this bottleneck was basically non-existent for Yi Yuan. With his extremely high cultivation realm in the past life, a small bottleneck in the essence chi realm naturally could not stump him. As long as the ACCU, accumulation of essence energy, was sufficient, Yi Yuan could cross this threshold anytime. It was just that continuously rising through 2 small cultivation realms overnight had made Yi Yuan's foundation slightly unstable. With Yi Yuan's experience, he naturally would not do something where the loss outweighed the gain. Even though he desired strength, he did not want to quench his thirst for it without regard for the consequences. Only by keeping his feet firmly on the ground could he walk further. Over the next few days, his primary mission was to stabilize the sudden rise in strength and to strengthen the foundation of his initial stage essence chi realm. Only then would he consider stepping into the next stage. Of course, because Yi Yuan cultivated the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, his essence energy was much thicker and purer than the average third-level essence chi realm. If someone else was to consume the exploding yuan pill, 1 superior-grade exploding yuan pill and 2 high-grade exploding yuan pill were enough to make the first-level essence chi realm promoted to the third-level essence chi realm, which was to say that currently, Yi Yuan's essence energy was 3 times thicker than the average third-level essence chi realm. No wonder the spirit bristle divine king had such power. If a person was to cultivate the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to an exceedingly high realm, even if one squandered essence energy, one could exhaust his opponent to death. If a person took into account of this, then even if his own strength was inadequate, his essence energy was sufficient enough to refine a divine realm's middle-level tier 1 medicinal pill. It's late. Time to help Uncle Tang refine the ink jade heart returning pill. Yi Yuan stood up and stretched his body pus. Plussing the door outwards. Right after stepping out the door, he saw Luer swaying around like a sylph. She smiled and said, "Young master, you exited your closed-door seclusion? Yi, you are already at the first-level essence chi realm?" Yi Yuan replied with a smile, while his perceptions unwittingly swept over Luer's body. He discovered that Luer, who was initially void of any essence energy, was actually at the first-level essence chi realm right now. Furthermore, he only taught Luer the heaven illusionary ice soul a day ago. Luer nodded her head obediently and asked timidly, "Young master, am I cultivating too slowly?" Yi Yuan could not help but laughed. "You little don't say these words outside. Otherwise, you will anger others to death. Your cultivation speed is too fast, so fast that it makes everyone feel ashamed of their inadequacy." Luer had just stepped onto the path of cultivation and completely had no understanding of cultivation speed. Listening to how her young master was praising her, Luer was elated. "Really? Does that mean that in the future I will be able to help young master?" "Haha, of course. Our family's Luer is the most amazing. Let's go. Follow young master to settle some matters. Tomorrow, We will depart for the Danwu Academy. I will bring you to the academy through recommendation, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Chapter 19. Conspiring. Chapter 19. Conspiring. These few days, the Drunken Star Manor was deserted. Its limelight was stolen by the fragrant medicine pavilion. Ever since the incident caused by Yi Yuan, Wan Donghai had been in a closed-door seclusion, rejecting all visitors. This made Wan Dongyang extremely anxious. He really wanted to send someone to finish Yi Yuan off, but without his big brother's consent, he did not dare to make the call. Hence, he would linger around Wan Donghai's seclusion location every now and then, hoping that Wan Donghai would exit seclusion faster. Currently, Wan Dongyang was pacing about the room's doorway, looking very impatient. Clearly, his patience was already at its limits. Big brother, if you're still not coming out, I will bring people along to cripple that punk. I can't stomach this grievance. Wan Dongyang clearly already lost his temper. Getting no response from Wan Donghai, Wan Dongyang stomped his feet angrily. Just as he was about to leave, Wan Donghai's voice transmitted into his ears. Dongyang, come in. Hearing this, Wan Dongyang was elated and immediately opened the door and went in. Big brother, weren't you in a closed-door seclusion? Why? Wan Dongyang initially thought that his big brother was really in a closed-door seclusion attempting a breakthrough. Who would have thought that he would see Wan Donghai leisurely drinking tea with a very laid-back appearance? Wan Donghai did not have a trace of frustration nor an appearance of defeat, which was completely different from what Wan Dongyang imagined. In fact, he was full of spirit and energy, as if the incident 2 days ago never happened. Maintaining a look as if everything was within his grasp, Wan Donghai smiled lightly and said, Dongyang, how many times have I told you? When you encounter problems, don't be overly agitated. This is the capital. It is our territory, but also Yi Hang's territory. Do you think you can eliminate Yi Yuan just by bringing people along? Not unless Yi Hang's brain stops working. But big brother, I can't stomach this insult. How can our Drunken Star Manor carry on operating in the capital after being smacked across the face by a brat who is still wet behind the ears? Wan Dongyang retorted. Doing business is all about harmony, bringing wealth. Even if we have to fight, it should be behind the scene. There would be no meaning for you openly slaughtering your way to their doorstep other than forcing the Drunken Star Manor into a more passive position. You just have to settle down and help me manage the Drunken Star Manor. As for Yi Yuan, you don't have to worry about it. I've already made arrangements. Wan Dongyang's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, What kind of arrangements? With a smile, Wan Donghai said, He is just a first-level Essence Chi realm brat. Why do we need to personally take action to kill him? Now that his body's recovered, I estimate that he will be returning to the Danwu Academy within these 2 days. If he were to have some mishap along the way, then it would have nothing to do with us. Big brother's intentions are... I already hired a Masha, sent to take action. He can't possibly fail to handle a first-level Essence Chi realm brat, right? Ha ha ha. Wan Dongyang laughed wildly and exclaimed with admiration, Big brother truly has the situation well within your grasp. This little brother is impressed. Why didn't I think of this move? Masha, sins come and go like the shadow. Within the tranquil cloud, 10 nations, anyone who hears that name will turn pale. With them taking action, that stinky brat definitely can't escape death. N. Masha is the most outstanding as well as the most trustworthy Nation organization within the tranquil cloud 10 nations. Since my son, Yuan failed to poison that brat to death, I will send that punk on his way once more. To dare provoke me, Wan Donghai, that brat must be tired of living. Wan Donghai's entire personality became colder as he uttered those words. That's right. Who knows where that brat got such an obscure poison from? To dare to challenge us? He simply has no idea of life from death. If he himself had some strength, then forget it. But he just had to be a wastrel at the first-level Essence Chi realm. Eliminating him simply takes no effort at all. In Wan Dongyang's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a dead man. Wan Donghai laughed, as if he had no more interest in Yi Yuan's matters. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was not even being considered an opponent. At best, he was just a flea. If this incident was instigated by Yi Hang behind the scenes, then he has successfully infuriated me. This time, our drunken star manor will definitely strike down the fragrant medicine pavilion completely. I want Yi Hang's friends and relatives to abandon him. Wan Donghai took out a medicinal pill from his sleeve and said it to Wan Dongyang. Filled with suspicion, Wan Dongyang took the pill, but even after staring at it for a while, he could not see anything special. Not every alchemist could reach Yi Yuan's level of understanding of medicinal effects. Wan Dongyang was only able to determine that it was a pill similar to the Essence Chi pill. Big brother, this pill is called Essence Gathering Pill. It's the same type of Essence Energy ACCU, mulating pill like the Essence Chi pill. However, an Essence Gathering Pill's medicinal efficacy is 50% stronger than the Essence Chi pill. What do you think would happen once our Drunken Star Manor starts to offer a large supply of this pill? Wan Donghai could no longer conceal the pride on his face. Wan Dongyang had a faint idea, but he never thought this Essence Gathering Pill could have such an effect. After listening to Big Brother's explanation, Wan Dongyang's heart felt an upsurge of emotion. Once a pill like this was released onto the market, it would definitely be making a killing. Even though an Essence Chi pill could help increase strength, if one had started consuming it at the first level Essence Chi realm, this sort of pill would not have significant effects after reaching the 5th level Essence Chi realm, much less at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. But if the person swapped the Essence Chi pill with an Essence Gathering pill and started consuming it at the 1st level Essence Chi realm, it would mean one's cultivation speed became faster than the others by 50%. For the geniuses from major families, it was something they could only dream of. Every minute and second counts in a martial path. With an increase in bone age, the potential in a human body would gradually be squeezed dry. Therefore, the amount of time available for getting stronger would be extremely limited. Hence, this naturally meant that anyone who could cultivate to a higher realm when they were young and could walk further along the martial path. Looking at things from this point of view showed the extraordinary significance of an Essence Gathering Pill. Big brother, what is the cost price of this Essence Gathering Pill? As an alchemist himself, Wan Dongyang wasn't a fool. He asked the crucial question straight away. Relax, this Essence Gathering Pill is also a Tier 1 medicinal pill. The cost price is only slightly higher than the Essence Chi pill. That's great. Big brother, we will be able to completely take down the fragrant medicine pavilion with just this Essence Gathering Pill. The two pairs of eyes met, and the brothers started laughing in unison. At the Tang family's residence, Tang Zhonghuai had just eaten the medicinal pill which Yi Yuan brought, and was in a closed-door seclusion right now, attempting to refine the medicinal efficacy. The pill, which Yi Yuan helped Tang Zhonghuai refine, was called the Ink Jade Heart Returning Pill. This sort of pill naturally did not exist in the state of Qin, but the required medicinal herbs were not difficult to find. With the fragrant medicine pavilion's resources, Yi Yuan quickly collected the medicinal herbs and refined it successfully. This Ink Jade Returning Heart Pill was a pill specializing in treating internal injuries. The medicinal properties were about the same as the Great Returning Pill, but the medicinal efficacy was more than an entire grade higher compared to the Great Returning Pill. Not only it could help protect Tang Zhonghuai's heart meridians, but also it could repair his damaged organs. As long as Tang Zhonghuai managed to absorb the medicinal properties thoroughly, he would recover within 3 days. In the Tang family outer hall, Tang Yi gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan. This time around, if I didn't coincidentally meet Brother Yi, I'm afraid Father would be doomed. Brother Yi, please accept this bow. Stopping Tang Yi with his hands, Yi Yuan gave a smile and then said, No need to be so polite, Brother Tang. It was also Brother Tang's filial piety which touched me. Looking at you, a father and son pair, I would recall the anxious appearance my own father had a few days ago. How could I bear to watch the two of you be separated by death? In a way, you were the one who saved your father, Brother Tang. If you didn't give me the 6-leaf GRAS, then I would be helpless against Uncle's injuries. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, Tang Yu suddenly realized that Yi Yuan's essence energy was way too abundant. To think he already reached the 3rd level essence Qi Ream after one day. This, in just one night, Brother Yi actually improved by 2 levels? How is this possible? Just now? Tang Yu's thoughts were completely on his father. Now that he discovered the changes in Yi Yuan's body, he was dumbstruck with astonishment. The Danwu Academy was a place where geniuses congregated. Tang Yu had seen a lot of geniuses before, but he had never heard of a genius who could improve by 2 levels overnight. It was completely inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I just took advantage of the opportunity. I've incurred Brother Tang's ridicule. To Yi Yuan, it was naturally taking advantage of the opportunity. However, if other people had the exploding yuan pill, they would not dare to consume it as he did. The result would undoubtedly be death due to the rupturing of the person's meridians. However, Yi Yuan's understanding of medicinal properties had reached a height that no ordinary person could understand. With the addition of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, it was also the reason why he dared to swallow such pills. Recovering from his surprise, Tang Yu forced a smile. Taking advantage of the opportunity incurs ridicule. Brother Yi, these words truly made me ashamed of my inadequacy. Haha, no need to be like that, Brother Tang. I still have some medicinal pills here which aids cultivation. I will give them to you. I think there's no longer any concern for Uncle Tang's injuries. Can Brother Tang accompany me back to the Dan Wu Academy tomorrow? All right. After Father exits seclusion and there's really no issues, I will follow Brother Yi back tomorrow. N. The medicinal pills I gave Brother Tang needs to be kept safe. Take care not to let other people know about it. Hearing what Yi Yuan said, Tang Yu knew that this medicinal pill was no trivial thing. So he replied solemnly, Don't worry, Brother Yi. This Tang Yu will definitely keep his mouth shut. An exploding yuan pill naturally was not of much worth in the divine realm, but it was far too precious when placed in a place like this state of Qin. How could Yi Yuan not understand the logic of an innocent man getting into trouble because of his wealth? Chapter 20. Return Journey. Chapter 20. Return Journey. The capital was always packed with people. Groups of them would often enter the city in 3s or 5s from outside. Currently, at the roadside, Yi Heng and wife were sending Yi Yuan off. Yuan, although this is only a half-day journey, I keep feeling uneasy. With Wan Donghai's personality, he definitely wouldn't swallow this insult and humiliation silently. My guess is that he is definitely scheming something. Ah Ping and Ah Cheng had followed me for many years. I think it is best if they escorted you along the way. Yi Heng tried his best to persuade his son. Just like how Wan Donghai understood Yi Heng, similarly, Yi Heng too had a deep understanding of Wan Donghai. That was why he had been persuading Yi Yuan all these while to bring along the 2 guards, but kept on being rejected by Yi Yuan. Father, it is only a half-day journey. It is fine. Furthermore, there is Brother Tang who is traveling with me. No matter how brave Wan Donghai is, he wouldn't dare to openly send people to kill me. Yi Yuan rejected with a smile like before. Aya, just listen to your father, Yuan. That Wan Donghai is vicious and cold-hearted. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow shot in the dark. Ren Hongling tried to persuade him as well. The couple had lost him once, and now they had him back. They did not want any accidents to happen again. However, Yi Yuan just smiled and shook his head. The rejection was already evident. Aya, you are so stubborn. Yi Heng knew that his son, currently, could not be compared with how he was in the past. Perhaps he really had a life-preserving trump card. Yesterday, when his son appeared in front of him, he was astoundingly already at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. This gave him a huge fright. Although he knew that Yi Yuan encountered a powerful master, this advancement speed was too terrifying. But after thinking about the extremely mysterious methods of the expert, Yi Heng felt at ease. He knew that there were too many things beyond his comprehension in this world. Forget it. Since he doesn't want to, then let him go alone. Our son is all grown up. There are some things which he must face himself. Yi Hang sighed. Yi Yuan bowed towards his parents before setting off with Tang Yu and Lu Er. Yi Yuan was naturally aware that this journey would not be too peaceful, but he wished to face some matters by himself, as he wanted to use this chance to temper himself. Yi Yuan possessed unfathomable knowledge in alchemy Dao. His broad horizons transcended this world, as well as having countless martial techniques. However, these things do not represent strength. Otherwise, Yi Yuan could have already charged back to the divine realm right now. What Yi Yuan wanted to do was to use these things and turn them into actual strength. In his previous life, Yi Yuan was too focused on alchemy Dao, leading to him neglecting martial Dao. His cultivation realm was indeed high, but his combat prowess was a complete mess. How to take the knowledge brought over from his previous life and convert it into combat power. Yi Yuan knows that it was to fight, and fight. Only through non-stop combat, he could increase his battle power and slaughter his way back to the divine realm. Without actual combat experience, no matter how profound Yi Yuan's knowledge was, it would merely be like the moon's reflection on the water, only an illusion. Hence, Yi Yuan did not wish to grow up under Yi Hang's protection. That was why he chose to return to the Danwu Academy in order to compete with other geniuses. Just as Yi Yuan described to Tang Zhonghuai, the Danwu Academy was not utopia. In contrast, the compet. 1. Time inside was quite cruel, and with this return journey to the academy, it would be the first time Yi Yuan going to face this challenge. The Danwu Academy was not situated within the capital, but rather located 100 miles north of the capital. The area was close to the endless forest, an excellent place to temper geniuses. Yi Yuan and his group did not rush back to the academy. Instead, they rode on their horses in a leisurely manner. All right, I still haven't congratulated Brother Tang for stepping into the 5th level Essence Qi realm. Originally, Tang Yu was at the peak of the 4th level. Now that he obtained Yi Yuan's exploding Yuan pill, he might as well find a rock to commit suicide with if he still could not step into the 5th level. No. This was all thanks to Brother Ye's exploding Yuan pill. The exploding Yuan pill is indeed miraculous. To think that the essence energy contained inside is several times greater than in the Essence Qi pill. I only ate one of them and easily broke through. Up till now, Tang Yu is still reminiscing the aftertaste of that violent essence energy, thinking to himself that increasing cultivation level was unexpectedly easy. Furthermore, because he ate the exploding Yuan pill, he understood why Yi Yuan could advance 2 ranks overnight. What he did not know was that Yi Yuan already consumed the exploding Yuan pills of the best quality. Furthermore, the quant. 1. Tai consumed was several times of his. Those pills would have been sufficient for him to cultivate to the 6th level Essence Qi realm. Every stage within the Essence Qi realm was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The higher your realm was, the greater the quant. 1. Tai of essence energy required. Furthermore, it increased multiple times. The amount of essence energy needed to go from the 5th level to the 6th level was practically the total sum of essence energy needed for the 1st level to the 5th level. Yet, such an immense amount of essence energy was only sufficient for Yi Yuan to cultivate to the 3rd level. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. After Brother Tang returns to the academy, take care to not reveal the exploding Yuan pill. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Wan Donghai had the confidence to take down the fragrant medicine pavilion with just the essence-gathering pills. Yet this exploding Yuan pill's medicinal effects were even greater than the essence-gathering pill. Once it was exposed, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. During Yi Yuan's previous life, he spent a long time in an exalted position. Other than that wildly ambitious trader, he was confident that he had some ability in judging people. Tang Yu had commendable filial piety and was definitely not a despicable backstabber. Furthermore, he saw a great deal of himself in Tang Yu, which was why he showed his appreciation of his talent by gifting the exploding Yuan pill to him. Of course, Yi Yuan was not without any selfish intention. A good man had 3 helpers. After Yi Yuan went back to the academy, he could not possibly personally take care of every problem he would encounter. If he had a few good friends, things would be much easier. Don't worry, Brother Yi. Tang Yu isn't someone who can't differentiate between good and bad. I am also aware of the huge implications that this exploding yuan pill has and will absolutely not reveal it in front of others. Forgive Tang Yu for being bold, but since Brother Yi has such capabilities, why is there a need to attend the Danwu Academy? Tang Yu was not a fool. Although he could only see a corner of the iceberg, he was absolutely certain that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao standards had already completely said the current standard in the state of Qin. Was it not an unnecessary move to attend the Danwu Academy? However, there were some things that he did not feel comfortable saying, fearful that Yi Yuan might misunderstand. That was where did Yi Yuan learn all of these from? Regardless of that nameless medicinal pill used to treat his father or that exploding yuan pill which Yi Yuan possessed, all of those could not possibly be refined by Yi Hang. However, he could only let all these suspicions remain in his stomach. Unless Yi Yuan took the initiative to tell him, he would not overstep his boundaries. The Danwu Academy is still a place where the elites of the state of Qin congregate. Such a place where the wind meets the clouds. How can I, Yi Yuan, pass up this opportunity? In my opinion, those so-called elites and geniuses, they're all just clay chickens and pottery dogs when compared to Brother Yi. Yi Yuan shook his head and replied, "The heroes under the heavens cannot be underestimated. I think you've guessed it, but these few days, I've had a lucky encounter, which was why my changes were so big. However, my strength is still too weak. A genius who cannot grow stronger will only become stepping stones for others." Nodding his head, Tang Yu faintly understood the reason why Yi Yuan wanted to go to the Danwu Academy, and at the same time, he was full of admiration towards Yi Yuan. It went without saying that the lucky encounter which Yi Yuan came across was absolutely extraordinary. But for Yi Yuan to not be conceited or rash and remained clear of his position, it was truly hard to come by. Among those geniuses in the academy, which one of them did not have eyes growing on top of their heads? Those people looked down upon others with ordinary backgrounds. Tang Yu believed that soon enough, Yi Yuan would be able to display his own brilliance within the Danwu Academy, and those so-called geniuses would be outshone by him. Come on out. I believe Mr. is tired after following us all the way. Am I right? Yi Yuan suddenly shouted out loud, while Tang Yu was still lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 21. Bronze A.S.S.Sin. Chapter 21. Bronze A.S. Sin showing was gloomy these past 2 days. As a bronze rank, A.S. Sin from Asha, his A.S. Signation targets were mostly martial artists of the 7th level Essence Chi realm and above. Yet this time around, the mission he received was actually to A.S. Sinate, a 1st level Essence Chi realm rookie. To have obtained the T of a bronze rank A.S. Sin showed that his abilities had already received preliminary recognition from the organization. Chou Ying's strength was at the 7th level Essence Chi realm, meaning the missions he received were mostly corresponding to his level, sometimes even against martial artists who were stronger than him. Asking him to A.S. Sinate, a 1st level Essence Chi realm rookie, was simply a form of humiliation to him. Chou Ying was an ambitious A.S. Sin. His goal was to become a gold rank A.S. Sin. Hence, the training he received back in Masha was rather severe. Concealment, disguising appearances, and one-hit certain kill. He studied all of these very diligently, which was why his strength grew very quickly as well. In order to stimulate his potential, Chou Ying frequently accepted quite challenging missions. There was even an occasion where he accepted a mission to A.S. Sinate, a 9th level Essence Chi realm target, which he barely managed to complete by the skin of his teeth. Ever since then, he received more attention from the organization, and the resources allocated to him also increased by a lot. This time around, the A.S. Signation target was said to be a reckless silk pants who did not have any abilities. A 15-year-old, but only at the first level essence chi realm. He was definitely akin to rotten mud which cannot hold up the wall. Supposedly, the employer spent a large sum of money to request for a bronze rank killer to move out. Facing a target like that, Cho-ing only needed to use a single finger to crush him. However, Cho-ing was an extremely professional killer. Although he completely dismissed the employer's repeated cautioning, he still made adequate preparations. Many of those in the same profession used their blood to teach Cho-ing one particular truth. A lion would go all out even when hunting a rabbit. In the past, many rookies, even bronze rank sins from Asha, tried to kill their targets out in the open just because the targets were too weak, but ended up losing their own lives. Additionally, it was expected that the target's father had planned for 2 experts to escort him, which would make things very troublesome for Cho-ing. However, Cho-ing was extremely confident in his signation techniques. As long as he made use of the favorable climate and geographical advantage, he would definitely be able to signate the target successfully even while under the protection of the 2 experts. But who would have thought that the dead silk pants actually chose not to bring along those 2 followers. Instead, he left the city with only another punk and a young lady with him. Since you are courting death, then I won't hold back. Cho-ing, who was looking from far away, was so excited that his heart was about to jump out. After leaving the city, Cho-ing had been following the 3 of them from far behind, without any intention of making any move. He had already investigated the route leading from the capital to the Danwu Academy and already had a place in mind where he will make his strike. These 3 people did not seem to be anxious. They took their time while enjoying the scenery. You guys just have fun a little while longer. After all, this is the last bit of fun you guys will enjoy in your lives. Cho-ing laughed coldly in his heart. Seeing as they were about to arrive at the Danwu Academy, Cho-ing circled around and went ahead of them, and then laid an ambush among the rocky terrain. He had long predetermined that this was the best location for him to strike. Here, the rocks formed an uneven terrain which was advantageous for concealing himself. He was prepared to kill Yi Yuan in a single blow. Right when Yi Yuan and his entourage were about to enter his certain kill range, the 3 of them stopped, leaving Cho-ing stunned. Come on out. I believe Mr. is tired after following us all the way. Am I right? Yi Yuan's words slowly drifted into Cho-ing's ears. No one answered. This brat. Is he making a blind guess? Trying to trick me to go out? That must be it. But he seemed to have underestimated this brat. To think he actually guessed that someone would send people here to kill him. Since Yi Yuan managed to predict this, then why he did not bring along followers? Unless those 2 followers had been following them all along, and even he himself did not discover it? But how is that possible? The strength of those 2 followers was at best about the same as him. If they had been following these 3 people all the way, it would be impossible for him to not have spotted them. As a bronze rank, sin from Asha, Cho-ing had considerable confidence in his abilities to conceal and tail people. If it had been a spirit condensation realm martial artist who followed them, then it would be reasonable for him to not have noticed anything. But those 2 followers were just essence chi realm martial artists. There was no way he could not discover them. No matter what, as long as they entered his attack range, he would just send that Yi Yuan to see King Yama. Young master, what's wrong? Luer did not understand why Yi Yuan would suddenly blurt out something like that, and asked him in puzzlement. Rather, it was Tang Yu whose vigilance was quite high. The moment Yi Yuan said those words, Tang Yu's entire body went on alert. It's just a small thief. No big deal, Yi Yuan said without any care. Luer, upon seeing Yi Yuan's casual attitude, took things even less seriously. But young master, where is that bad guy hiding? Oh, right behind that big boulder. My guess is that he is waiting for us to go over before ambush. Plussing us. Yi Yuan gestured with his mouth and gave a smile. Cho-ing's emotions, which had just relaxed, once again tightened with Yi Yuan's words. Wasn't he behind a big boulder right now? However, this place was filled with piles of rocks and stones. Even gigantic boulders were everywhere. How would that guy know which boulder he was hiding behind? Still trying to draw me out? I, Cho-Ing, am a professional killer. How could I possibly be goaded out using this super weak goading technique? Hey, the state of your heart is in disorder. That's not good. Yi Yuan's voice drifted over once again. Cho-Ing reacted with a violent shudder. As an Sin, Cho-Ing always felt that the state of his heart had already been trained to a realm where he was unaffected by any disturbances. However, those two sentences by Yi Yuan really disrupted the state of his heart. How is this possible? The other party is only a first-level essence Qi realm rookie. Could it be that he really discovered me? He wasn't bluffing? Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's demon-like voice drifted into his ears once again. How about this? I will throw a rock over. If I hit the correct one, you come out. If I hit wrongly, then I will carry on walking. How's that? The moment the voice stopped, Cho-Ing heard a whoosh, followed by the crisp sound of a small rock hitting a boulder. The boulder that he was leaning against. Cho-Ing realized that he was out of luck. Yi Yuan truly knew that he was hiding here and was not trying to trick him. Revealing himself, Cho-Ing discovered 3 youths staring right at him. Among them, one of the youths had a weird smile on his face, who also happened to be the target he was sent to Senate. Yi Yuan, how did you discover me? Cho-Ing asked with a dark face. He was unable to understand how a first-level Essence Qi realm rookie could discover him. Right now, what he wanted to know the most was where his concealment went wrong, in order to make improvements after today's mission. As for whether or not these 3 people in front of him posed a threat, that was something he had never even considered. How is it possible for a Masha's bronze rank Sin to be defeated by 3 rookies? Want to know how? Not going to tell you. Yi Yuan looked as if he was not willing to, and it was also impossible for him to answer Cho-Ying's question. He could not possibly tell Cho-Ing that this body contained a super amazing soul. Courting death. Right when Cho-Ing was about to strike, he suddenly stopped. Yi? To think he's actually at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm? The information doesn't match. Chapter 22. Instant Flash. Chapter 22. Instant Flash. Cho-Ing spent the past 2 days observing Yi Yuan from afar, so he was not aware of Yi Yuan's transformation. Now that he was facing Yi Yuan, he realized that his Signation target was already at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. To Cho-Ing, there was not much difference between the 1st level Essence Qi realm and the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. An opponent like this was basically an instant kill for him. Every 3 levels in the Essence Qi realm was considered as one stage. Even though there was only a difference of 1 stage between the 4th level Essence Qi realm and the 3rd level Essence Qi realm, one should not underestimate it, as the difference in strength was huge. It was not difficult for a person at the 4th level Essence Qi realm to face off against 5 or 6 people at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. As Cho-Ing was 2 stages above Yi Yuan, he did not feel that Yi Yuan posed any threat to him. What made Cho-Ing uncertain was whether the employer's information was wrong, or was this youth in front of him that was too monstrous. Cho-Ing would rather choose to believe the former. After all, only 2 to 3 days had said since the mission was issued. To train from the 1st level Essence Qi realm to the 3rd level Essence Qi realm in 2 to 3 days? Was this a joke? Brother Yi, this person is very troublesome to deal with. In a while, I will delay him. You and Lu quickly rush off. The academy is only around 10 miles from here. The 2 of you quickly go and get help. Wielding his sword, Tang Yu positioned himself in front of Yi Yuan and Lu. He could feel the killing intent emanating out of Cho-Ing, yet he could not see through Cho-Ying's abilities. He knew that this time around, they had met a tough character. Not only did Yi Yuan save Tang Zhonghuai's life, but he also gave him a high-level medicinal pill. It could be said that Tang Yu owed Yi Yuan a great debt of gratitude. What Tang Yu was doing now was risking his life to repay the debt. Although Tang Yu was also a genius student from the Danwu Academy, when compared to Cho Yin, who had been through hundreds of battles, regardless whether it was strength or experience, he was too lacking. Staying behind naturally meant certain death. Among the three of them, Tang Yu's strength was the greatest. Hence, he did not hesitate at all to stand out. Seeing Tang Yu's appearance as if he was about to face a great enemy, Lu Er also started to become nervous. "Young master, run away first. Big brother Tang, and I will cover your retreat." When Yi Yuan saw Lu Er standing in front of him, he could not help but to laugh. "Silly girl, what can you do by staying behind? Move away." "No way. I'm not moving," Lu Er said stubbornly. Looking at Tang Yu's and Lu Er's actions, Yi Yuan found it hilarious, yet he was extremely touched in his heart. One can only see true feelings during a crisis. Lu Er's actions were within Yi Yuan's expectations. However, he had only just met Tang Yu a few days ago. Even if he had saved Tang Yu's father and gave him an exploding yuan pill, someone who lacked resolution would have long fled for his life. One had to know, with Cho Ying's strength, without any accident, the three of them would undoubtedly die. Haha, what a touching scene. Yi Yuan, it is fine if you don't say anything, but this young lady looks rather ravish. Plusing in a while. Cho Ying started laughing wildly. At this point, Cho Ying was confident that this Yi Yuan definitely cultivated some technique, or he had some treasure on him, which was how Yi Yuan found his location. Such a technique, or even a treasure like that, was tremendously useful to him. Hence, he felt that no matter what, he had to force an answer out. Furthermore, Lu Er was indeed tempting. Why would he let go of this chance? "You guys make way." Yi Yuan pushed Lu Er and Tang Yu aside and stood in front. He still had a smile on his face, except now that smile became ice cold. An inexplicable chill suddenly filled his heart. It made Cho Ying shuddered. What's going on? Cho Ying had killed at least 100, if not 80 people. He initially already had an ice-cold air around his body. Even if a spirit condensation realm martial artist were to stand in front of him right now, it would be impossible to make him shudder. Yet when he was facing this third-level essence chi realm brat, he actually felt a chill. Cho Ying felt that everything that had happened today was too abnormal. This was supposedly a mission that was simple without a doubt. Why did things become so bizarre? You and I originally had no grudges. Initially, I only wanted to try things out with you, seeing as you're helping others avert disaster by taking their money. But since you dared to have ideas about Lu Er, then don't blame me for taking your life. Yi Yuan's words revealed a bone-piercing chill. At this point, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill, something that he refined before setting off. Since he knew that this journey would be dangerous, Yi Yuan naturally would not be unprepared. This medicinal pill was named 5 Elements Spirit Link Pill. It was refined using medicinal herbs having 5 different attributes, being metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. An Essence Chi realm martial artist, after consuming it, could directly raise their strength by an entire stage for a period of time. Haha, this is hilarious. I want to see how a third-level Essence Chi realm brat like you can take my life. Cho Ying's emotion was nowhere as calm as what he was showing on his face currently. In reality, he only used these words to encourage himself, to chase away the shadow that was shrouding his heart. At this moment, Cho Ying's sword left its scabbard. As a killer, Cho Ying would stoop to anything to kill his opponent. Body said that you could not do a sneak attack during a frontal battle. A moment ago, Cho Ying was still talking and laughing, and the next moment, his sword already reached in front of Yi Yuan. "Brother Yi, young master, be careful," Tang Yu and Lu Er shouted in unison. However, their cries were not faster than Cho Ying's sword. By the time they reacted, Cho Ying's sword had already stabbed through Yi Yuan's body. "Young master, brother Yi." Looking at this scene, Tang Yu and Lu Er gave a heart-piercing cry. Cho Ying felt that something was wrong. His sword, obviously pious, said through Yi Yuan's body, but why his hand did not feel anything. The reason why Cho Ying drew his sword so quickly was not only because he was cautious, but also because the uneasiness in his heart had become increasingly stronger. He watched as Yi Yuan swallowed that medicinal pill. Although he did not believe that Yi Yuan could threaten him just by eating some pills, as a person who had always been cautious, he did not hesitate at all before drawing his sword. Only a dead person could make one rest easy. However, he clearly had killed Yi Yuan. But why was this ominous feeling in his heart still there? At this moment, Yi Yuan, who was stabbed by Cho Ying, gradually dissipated and then turned into nothingness. What Cho Ying stabbed was actually just an afterimage. Hey, it's very dangerous for you to show your back to the enemy. Yi Yuan's voice made Cho Ying went stiff. How is this possible? I already stabbed him. Instant flash. H. Plus it's actually instant flash. H. Plus, Tang Yu exclaimed. Young master, it's great that you are fine. Luer shouted, pleasantly surprised. Haha, of course I'm fine. How can your young master die so easily? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Brother Yi actually managed to master such difficult footwork. Furthermore, your use of it was absolutely superb. What a genius. Tang Yu marveled at this show of ability. Just a trifling skill. To other people, instant flash was an incredibly profound footwork, which was exceedingly hard to comprehend. However, to Yi Yuan, this level of footwork did not possess any challenge. Instant flash might look impressive, but it was actually only a footwork technique that allowed the user to move freely in a small radius. It was merely a tier 1 martial technique, something that was not very profound. However, this footwork in Kampa S said Heavenly Tao, making it easy to learn but challenging to master. An ordinary person who wanted to master it would find it incredibly difficult. Even within the Danwu Academy, instant flash was a highly challenging technique with hardly anyone able to master it. However, this level of Heavenly Tao was not worth mentioning to Yi Yuan, who once had possessed an incredibly high cultivation level. Chapter 23. I will only use one finger. Chapter 23. I will only use one finger. As a matter of fact, there were still some advantages in Yi Heng sending Yi Yuan to the Danwu Academy. That fellow at the very least will attend a few SES, and pick up some stuff. Although these things were not worth mentioning to the current Yi Yuan, it was still a pretty decent option for fooling people. With Yi Yuan's current strength, instant flash was a practical martial technique, yet not overly conspicuous. Even though this martial technique faintly in Kampa S said Heavenly Tao, in reality, it just barely touched a corner of it. It did not even count as crossing the threshold. Yi Yuan spent the past few days reorganizing his predecessor's memories. By relying on these vague impressions from his predecessor's SES, he managed to fumble out several basic martial techniques, with instant flash being one of it. In reality, while the instant flash that Yi Yuan executed seemed right, it was actually different. But by executing it with Yi Yuan's comprehension, it was only stronger and not weaker than those demonstrated by the teachers in the academy. No wonder you dare to not bring along followers. To think that your instant flash already reached such a level. Very impressive. Looks like the appraisal of you in the report was fairly misleading. Cho Ying naturally knew that instant flash was not a unique martial technique. However, as instant flash was a footwork technique with only a small range of motion, it was not very useful for signation. This was why he did not study it much. Mastery of a martial technique could be sifted into several categories, from low to high respectively. Entry stage, small success stage, large success stage, great circle stage, and a legendary breaking illusion stage. Even so, Cho Ying knew that for instant flash to leave behind an afterimage, it had to reach at least the great circle stage. To be able to train such an amazing movement technique to the great circle stage, as long as he did not meet any martial artist specializing in movement technique and the opponent was at the essence chi realm and below, he basically had the ability to self-preserve. No wonder this brat dared to be so arrogant. He really had some capabilities. As an Sin, Cho Ying naturally had a movement technique that he specialized in. However, His movement technique was only trained till the large success stage. There was still quite a bit of distance away from the great circle stage. It would be wrong to think that there was only a small difference of one realm between the large success stage and the great circle stage. For mastery of a martial technique, it was as far apart as heaven and earth. The great circle stage would mean training the martial technique to the pinnacle without any further room for improvements. Except for those monsters who possessed incredible comprehension, it would be very difficult to train a martial technique to the great circle stage. As for the legendary breaking illusion stage, it would mean to break out of the great circle stage and create an alternate possibility, a sort of evolution from the original martial technique. The requirements needed to train a martial technique to the breaking illusion stage were so harsh that it made one's hair stand on its end. That was why it was considered a legendary stage. Generally speaking, training a martial technique to the great circle stage represented attaining the highest stage. Cho-in had always been somewhat confident of his movements, but he did not want to lose to his silk pants. "You flatter me, but there are no bonus marks. You still have to die," Yi Yuan said lightly. "Ha ha!" As if he just heard a hilarious joke, Cho-in laughed wildly before saying, "To not know the immensity of heaven and earth. I admit that my movements are inferior when compared to you. But I don't think those two people beside you also have movement techniques at the great circle stage, do they? I like to see how a weak silk pants at the third level essence chi realm, like you're going to receive my blow directly." Cho-in was a veteran in battles. After missing that one strike, he immediately looked for another way. Obviously, the two people beside Yi Yuan were his biggest weakness. Tang Yu was still fine, but Lu'er was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in Cho Ying's eyes. "Your movement technique is fast? What's the use of you being fast if I force you to fight me head-on?" Yet at this moment, that wild smile froze on his face. What replaced it was bafflement. Because at this moment, Yi Yuan's aura started to increase explosively under everyone's perception. Peak 3rd level essence chi realm. 4th level essence chi realm. 5th level essence chi realm. 6th level essence chi realm. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm broke through its bottleneck from the 3rd level essence chi realm to the 4th level essence chi realm and continued rising rapidly, all the way until Apas said the 6th level essence chi realm before stopping. Looking at this scene, Cho-in was dumbstruck and forgot to make his move for a moment. How is this possible? Cho-in sucked in a cold breath. He suddenly recalled the scene where Yi Yuan swallowed the medicinal pill and thought to himself, could this possibly be the effects of that medicinal pill? Even though he had heard that some medicinal pills were able to increase strength temporarily, this was his first time seeing a medicinal pill which could increase 3 small cultivation realms in a row. Cho-in could not help but think that if he had a medicinal pill like this, wouldn't completing missions be as simple as cutting up vegetables? Yet the reality was that a rookie who had a difference of 4 small cultivation realms from him, in a blink of an eye, created a gap by only 1 small cultivation realm in him. Although the 6th level essence chi realm and the 7th level essence chi realm were not on the same level, without a doubt, Yi Yuan indeed possessed the capital to fight with him now. Coupled with his instant flash being at the great circle stage, it might be possible for Yi Yuan to battle him. Cho-in suddenly felt that today was very bizarre. This brat in front of him had truly given him too many surprises. Initially, he was still grumbling about how this mission was too simple. Now, he could not help but somewhat regretted taking on this mission. However, regardless of what happens, the mission had to be completed. Otherwise, he would most likely lose the status he earned painstakingly in Masha. Apparently, the reason why Cho-in was still thinking about completing the mission was that even after Yi Yuan swallowed the 5-element spirit link pill, his cultivation realm ultimately had stopped at the 6th level essence chi realm. This was a cultivation realm that he could handle. Narrowing both eyes, the killing intent from Cho-in firmly locked onto Lu'er. One word kill. Cho-in immediately made his strongest move, which he had used to finish off countless opponents in the past. One word kill. Simple and straightforward, yet it was domineering. A straightforward move that was not flashy at all. Luer stood there completely unable to react as the sword already reached in front of her. A hideous smile flashed across Chou Ying's face as if he could see the beauty Luer was dying and the image of Yi Yuan's heart-wrenching grief. However, just as Chou Ying's sword was about to pierce Luer's throat, ding! His hand, which was gripping his sword, became numb, and the short sword which had never left his side was sent flying away. A terrifying strength was transmitted, and Chou Ying was sent flying away as well. At the critical moment just now, Yi Yuan reached Luer with instant flash, while his attack, which was released after, struck first. He only stretched his finger out and tapped lightly, accurately hitting Chou Ying's short sword and sent it flying. Absolute Yang Finger. Yi Yuan's Absolute Yang Finger already had some progress, reaching the entry stage after several days of cultivation. A martial technique of this rank obviously was not so easy to learn. To have reached the entry stage within a few days showed how outstanding Yi Yuan's talent was. Even though it was only the entry stage of Absolute Yang Finger, executing it with Yi Yuan's current 6th level Essence Shi Realm was not something that Chou Ying could withstand. Chou Ying rolled on the ground. "Poo work." He spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Chou Ying, Yi Yuan said coldly, "I will only use one finger. Whether you can escape or not, it is up to your abilities." Right now, Chou Ying's innards were in mayhem, but he knew that he had hit a hard plate. This brat was clearly pretending to be a pig in order to eat a tiger. He was too strong, forcefully suppressing his injuries. Chou Ying could not be bothered to care about anything else and started to wildly circulate all the essence energy in his body. He wanted to flee. Chou Ying could feel Yi Yuan's surging, killing intent. Clearly, his actions to kill Luer just now had thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Chou Ying used all the strength in his body to escape. He could even feel that his current speed was faster than it had ever been before. It was so fast that his movement technique had touched the threshold of the Great Circle stage. This discovery made him ecstatic with joy. "I can escape. I definitely can escape." Chou Ying was screaming in his mind, and then his consciousness gradually blurred. Chapter 24. Good Dogs Don't Get Underfoot. Chapter 24. Good Dogs Don't Get Underfoot. Watching Chou Ying utilize his movement technique to try to escape, Yi Yuan raised his finger leisurely and channeled essence energy with all his might using the Spirit Bristle 9, Yang Divine Art. A finger pointed forward, and a formless force shot out from Yi Yuan's finger. It tore through the air, penetrating Chou Ying's heart in an instant. The force was so swift and fierce that Chou Ying did not even notice his injury. His body continued charging forward for several meters more, collapsing only after he lost consciousness. Absolute Yang Finger was incomparably domineering. The force shot out concentrated instead of dispersing, resulting in an incredibly powerful pinpoint and deadly attack. Being executed using Yi Yuan's 6th level Essence Qi Realm strength, its lethality obviously could not be underestimated. Of course, Absolute Yang Finger was not without any weaknesses. The biggest flaw was that it took too long to charge up. That was also the reason why Yi Yuan was slower by a beat when saving Luer just now. In reality, if Chou Ying recklessly tangled with Yi Yuan in close proximity, leaving Yi Yuan unable to charge up his full strength, he might have a slim chance of survival. But the various means used by Yi Yuan had long made Chou Ying wanted to withdraw from the fight, especially when Yi Yuan had sent him flying with only one finger. This shocked Chou Ying's state of mind greatly, that made him want to flee at all cost. Yet this attempt to escape gave Yi Yuan the chance to charge up. From the beginning, Yi Yuan looked as if he was careless, but in reality, he advanced gradually, entrenching himself firmly at every step. First, he used words to agitate Chou Ying, disrupting his state of heart. Next, he displayed Instant Flash, following which he swallowed the 5-element Spirit Link pill, using his finger to overpower his opponent's sword, Cruce. Plussing Chou Ying's confidence step by step. Finally, he launched this certain kill strike. It might have looked bland, but the entire process was filled with trepidation. Although Yi Yuan had a lot of hidden cards, his strength was still too weak. If it was not for the fact that he swallowed the 5-element spirit link pill and unleashed the absolute Yang finger with his full strength, he would not have been able to do anything to Choing. "Brother Tang, it is time to go," Yi Yuan said to Tang Yu lightly, not even bothering to look at Choing, who was lying on the ground. Tang Yu was shocked by Yi Yuan's attack and stood there dumbfounded the entire time. Only when Yi Yuan called him did he recover from his shock. Oh, go, go." Tang Yu mounted his horse awkwardly, and the three of them continued heading towards the Dan Wu Academy. Sing through the stretch of messy stone forest, their field of vision gradually widened. In front of their eyes was a vast plain, and they were able to indistinctly make out what looks like multi-storied pavilions. It was the Dan Wu Academy. The state of Qin established itself through martial arts, with a strong emphasis on the martial Dao. However, this Dan Wu Academy was not established by the state of Qin. The domain south of the Endless Forest was hailed as the Tranquil Cloud 10 Nations. There were a total of 10 nations, and the state of Qin was only one of them. The reason why they were collectively known as the Tranquil Cloud 10 Nations was that these 10 nations were all under the jurisdiction of the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Dan Wu Academy was the outer sect establishment of the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect established its sect fundamentally with alchemy. Even so, the sect's internal hierarchy could be divided into the Pill faction and the Martial faction. This was why the outer sect establishment was named the Dan Wu Academy. Just as the three of them entered the gates and were about to head to the residential area, they were stopped by a bunch of people. "Yo, isn't this the 10,000 years last place? Well, aren't you a tough one? When they sent you out, you were clearly breathing in but not breathing out. To think you had actually returned alive and kicking," the person in front of them exclaimed, clearly with sarcasm. He was called Fei Qingping, a loyal lackey of Wan Yuan. Yi Yuan's predecessor was poisoned because of competing with this fellow and ended up losing his life. These several people in front of them all came from ordinary backgrounds. In the Dan Wu Academy, in order for those with ordinary backgrounds to obtain additional resources, many would choose to attach themselves to figures from the Belief families. Only those who truly had outstanding talent would be heavily groomed by the academy. Good dogs don't get underfoot, get lost. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. Would he not be demeaning his own status to act seriously against a dog? Yi Yuan, looks like your skin is itching again. For someone like Fei Qingping, it was a taboo for other people to scold him a dog. "With just you?" Yi Yuan asked expressionlessly. "Yo, after not seeing you for a few days, you became even more brain damaged. You first level essence Qi realm. Yi, how's that possible? Why you are already at the 3rd level essence Qi realm?" Fei Qingping had only just sized him up and could not help but to draw a cold breath. Yi Yuan was originally at the bottom place. After a few days of not seeing him, he actually rose 2 levels consecutively, stepping into the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. Fei Qingping still thought that he had seen wrongly, and he checked closely again before realizing that Yi Yuan was indeed already at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. Wasn't this a little too heaven-defying? Are your dog eyes blind? Still can't tell after staring for so long? Yi Yuan's words once again made the corner of Fei Qingping's mouth twitched. However, at this moment, Fei Qingping had already recovered from the initial shock and thought of a certain possibility. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan's father, Yi Heng, was an alchemy grandmaster. If he spared no expenses, pulling his son up by 2 small cultivation realms was not something incomprehensible. As a matter of fact, there were plenty of methods to suddenly raise strength in this manner. But the price would be to sacrifice one's potential. It was said that there was an evil technique called Gi empowerment. The empowered individual could even directly break through the Essence Qi realm and reach the Spirit Condensation realm. But the price of this sort of empowerment was that it would no longer be possible for the person to increase his strength throughout his lifetime. Only a few days had said, yet Yi Yuan actually reached the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. Yi Heng should have known that his son's talent was inadequate. Therefore, he was afraid his son would be bullied. So he used a method similar to the Gi empowerment to raise him by 2 levels. Linking all of these together, Fei Qingping gave a cold laugh in his heart. A rookie like this, forget about being at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. Even if he were at the 4th level, at the 5th level, Yi Yuan would not be his match. Fei Qingping was at 4th level Essence Qi realm, higher than Yi Yuan by 1 stage. Thus, he naturally had no need to fear him. It's great to have a good father. Poisoned to such extent, and yet you still didn't die. Even increasing strength becomes so simple. This is really an era for competing with fathers. Fei Qingping said mockingly. Yi Yuan knew what Fei Qingping was thinking right away, but he obviously would not explain to him. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's right. I can compete using my father, but can you? I heard that your father is a watchdog for other people, using connections to let you enter the Danwu Academy. But who would have thought that after coming here, you would also become a watchdog? Indeed, a son will inherit his father's career. 1 gate and 2 watchdogs. Impressive, impressive." Yi Yuan learned from his predecessor's memories that this Fei Qingping's father was the confidant of Wan Donghai, and he entered the academy through the Wan family's connections. Otherwise, with his talent, he could not possibly join the academy. It would be wrong to think that he and Tang Yu were both the same, being at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. Fei Qingping was 2 years older than Tang Yu. He was also a commoner, but had the support of the Wan family's resources. Yet, this Fei Qingping was only at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. In the future, at best he would be at the early stage Spirit Condensation realm, or he might just even be stuck at the Essence Qi realm. Fei Qingping's lungs were about to explode in anger. Yi Yuan repeatedly calling him dog made him lose all of his face. Fei Qingping looked at his companions, and even though body laughed out loud, he could tell from everyone's face that they were all just barely holding their laughter back. "What about me? You want to bite me?" Yi Yuan stretched out an arm, and with a smile, he said, "Here for you to bite." Ha ha ha. This time around, everyone could not bear it any longer, and they all started to laugh. Watching everyone ridiculed him, Fei Qingping's face turned into the color of a pig's liver. "Yi Yuan, I want to issue a death match to you. Accept it if you have the guts." Fei Qingping pointed at Yi Yuan angrily. The Danwu Academy did not forbid private battles among students. Instead, they tacitly accepted the friction between students. However, there was a point to take note, which was under no circuit. Instances where they allowed to kill someone without permission from the academy. Otherwise, the person would face the wrath of the academy. However, if both parties agreed to set a life and death contract, not only academy will not stop it, an instructor would even be sent to host the death match. Yi Yuan revealed a surprised expression and asked, "You really want to carry out a death match? Scared? If you're scared, then kneel and kowtow 3 times loudly for me. Afterward, say I'm a dog 3 times. Fei Qingping thought that Yi Yuan was scared and continued to goad him. Previously, he also used this sort of tactic to make Yi Yuan agreed to the previous compact. One time, Yi Yuan stretched his ear out and pretended he did not hear clearly, asking, "Say what 3 times? Say I'm a dog 3 times. Right when the words left Fei Qingping's mouth, he realized he fell for it. Ha ha ha. The surrounding people laughed out loud again. Fei Qingping wished he could give himself 2 tight slaps. He shouted angrily, "Yi Yuan, you coward, playing this sort of little games when you don't dare to fight. Good dog, so obedient. Your grandpa Yi has never looked at the owner before hitting the dog. Since you delivered yourself to my door, I will hit for your owner to see," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 25, Deathmatch. Chapter 25, Deathmatch. Have you heard about it? The yellow ranks first, ranking from the bottom. The one hailed as the 10,000 years last place, Yi Yuan, had just signed a life and death contract with someone. Of course I've heard. Don't you think that he's tired of living? However, it's been over 2 years since a life and death contract had appeared in the academy. This is considered news big enough for everyone to discuss for some time. Yeah, it's been 2 years and 5 months now. The previous life and death contract was signed by senior apprentice Brother Long. Back then, he was also a yellow rank student, yet he triumphed against his opponent, who was 2 minor realms higher than him. I'm afraid that back then, Body would have thought that he could charge to the first place in the martial roll of honor after 2 years. That is true. Senior apprentice Brother Long didn't even reveal his abilities completely back then. Ever since he finished off his opponent in that death match, he became unstoppable, charging all the way through into the heaven rank, and finally being at the first place in the martial roll of honor. Hey, do you think that this punk Yi Yuan can also defeat someone stronger than him and finish off his opponent? Rumors have it that this fellow only used a few days to advance 2 levels, and he actually went straight from the 1st level Essence Chi realm to the 3rd level Essence Chi realm. No way. How can he be compared to Senior Apprentice Brother Long? Back then, even though Senior Apprentice Brother Long was low-key, he wasn't weak to this extent. Advancing 2 levels at once? Don't you know that fellow, Yi Yuan, entered the academy through an enormous backdoor? His father is one of the few alchemy grandmasters within our state of Qin. With his means, what's so strange about pulling the shots and helping his son improve by 2 levels? This sort of advancement is all empty, so what combat power can there be? That is true. I heard that this fellow had already entered the academy for half a year. If he could advance, he would have done so long ago and would not wait till now. Now that I look at it, it is most likely he used a secret technique to raise his strength. That fellow really doesn't know life from death. Supposedly, he competed in neutralizing poison with that Fei Qingping, but he ended up almost poisoned to death. His father is pretty impressive to have been able to save him. Yet he is courting death again right after returning to the academy. Do you think this fellow's brain is missing a screw? The Danwu Academy divided strength into 4 ranks of heaven: Earth, Black, and Yellow. Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping both belonged in the Yellow rank. Initially, the Academy's attention was concentrated mainly on the Heaven rank. Very few people paid attention to topics pertaining to people of the Yellow rank. However, after Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping signed a life and death contract, it attracted a great deal of attention and became major news in the entire Academy. Even though the Academy silently acknowledged the compact. 1. Tie-ins and fights between students, it would not permit any death. There was once a student who relied on his family's ill. U.S. try his background and killed somebody in the Danwu Academy. The end result was that he was murdered forcefully by the Academy, bearing no room for discussion. In the end, that particular Belief family did not even dare to make any noise. But a life and death contract was different. The instructors would not make a move no matter who live or die. In the entire Danwu Academy, everyone knew the one in the first place in the martial roll of honor was Long Tang. But not everybody knew the person in the last place was Yi Yuan. However, this life and death contract quickly spread Yi Yuan's reputation, almost reaching Long Tang's level. Of course, the majority was like how these 2 people were discussing, snorting in derision at Yi Yuan's brain-damaged actions. Yi Yuan's rapid improvement in strength was also naturally one of the focal points. But Body thought that it was something he cultivated out by himself. Everyone felt that it was surely Yi Hang who used some secret technique to pull the shots in order to help it grow, letting him reach the 3rd level Essence Chi realm. Hence, everyone's appraisal of Yi Yuan was that he was brain-damaged, foolish, and Russ. Plussing to meet King Yama. Just as these 2 people were discussing, someone suddenly said in a low voice, "Yi, look over there. Isn't that Yi Yuan? That's him? He doesn't look like someone who is brain-damaged." Who would write brain-damaged on their faces. That's true. The death match is 3 days later. Where is he going instead of making preparations? He probably knows that it's hopeless to do anything right now. Being at the first place from the bottom, no matter how heaven-defying, he can't possibly jump ranks to defeat an opponent 1 level higher than him. I heard that because Fei Qingping is older by 2 years, he is already at the top 10 in Yellow rank. Something is wrong. The direction he is heading to seems to be the scripture library. Is he trying to hug Buddha's feet in his hour of need? How can Buddha's leg be that easy to hug? Yi? He was stopped by someone. That person seemed to be Wan Yuan, who just advanced to Earth rank. Oh yeah, you see that girl beside Wan Yuan? Wow, that's my G. Oh, Des, Lu Ruoxue. If she will speak even a word to me, I would die happy. Look at your starstruck expression. But yeah, Lu Ruoxue is really beautiful. Yi Yuan was about to head to the scripture library. His top-grade predecessor was too prodigious. Everything he heard during SES was all bits and pieces without much useful information. Yi Yuan needed to find some martial techniques to deal with the situation. Yi Yuan had countless martial techniques on hand, but he truly did not have anything suitable for a person at the Essence Chi realm to cultivate. With his position in his previous life, how could Essence Chi realm martial techniques, regardless of how exceptional, enter his eyes? Who would have thought that he would encounter Wan Yuan on the way to the scripture library? Looks like Wan Yuan was intentionally waiting for him. As for Lu Ruoxue by Wan Yuan's side, Yi Yuan naturally was not strangers with her. A few days ago, he competed with Fei Qingping precisely because of this woman. What a coincidence! Isn't this young Master Yi? Were you Russ? Plussing to so hurriedly? To reincarnate? Wan Yuan was full of smiles, but his eyes were as if looking at a dead person. Yi Yuan sneered unceasingly towards Wan Yuan's impatient mentality. Wan Yuan determined that Yi Yuan was definitely going to be dead this time, so he came in advance to taunt him. After the death match, Yi Yuan would surely be dead. Where would Wan Yuan go to find this sort of pleasure after this? Looking at Wan Yuan's appearance, Yi Yuan no longer hurried towards the scripture library. With a smile, he said, "That's right, to reincarnate. But it's to send you off for reincarnation." Hearing this, Wan Yuan laughed out loud and said, "Send me off to reincarnate? Ha ha ha, I'm standing right here. Send me to reincarnate, if you can. You can't possibly think that just because you cultivated to the third-level Essence Chi realm through some unorthodox means, you can challenge me?" Lu Ruoxue, who was by the side, also covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled, thinking that Yi Yuan was very amusing. This Lu Ruoxue's every action carried a trace of seductive charm, able to stir that desire lying in every man's heart. The male students in the Danwu Academy were all hot-blooded youths. If their willpower were not steadfast, how could they withstand this sort of natural seductive charm? His predecessor was only a very foolish and naive child. His strength was also weak to the extreme. How could he withstand Lu Ruoxue's charms? Back then, Lu Ruoxue was by his side, behaving neither friendly nor aloof for a period of time, and his predecessor completely fell for it. Afterward, Lu Ruoxue used a few small tricks, and his predecessor got hooked obediently, losing his life just like that. Senior apprentice brother Wan. This junior apprentice brother Yi is an interesting man. He's clearly a miserable wretch, yet he tries to learn from others like a toad L. Ting after a swan. His strength is clearly poor, yet he wants to slap his face until it's swollen to look impressive. He's about to duel with someone, yet he is even threatening you now. Don't you think it is funny? Lu Ruoxue was beautiful like a flower, yet her words were bitterly sarcastic. In order to hook Yi Yuan in the past, she naturally had to pretend to be weak and pitiful. Now that Yi Yuan was about to duel with Fei Qingping, he was already a dead man, so she no longer needed to humor Yi Yuan. She fully expressed out the contempt and condescension in her heart.